Hey, beautiful people. Oh my God, guys. Seriously, it has been a minute. Let's get this show on the road ASAP.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Yo, oh my God, my people. I have missed y'all. Yes, guys. Smara, listen, that alarm clock, I was sensing it. I was feeling it all up in here. And I was like, is it time, guys? And I was like, I know when Smara calls, I'll be answering. The call went out there, and I was like, yep, it's that time. Technically, I should have done it like a couple of hours before because I sensed it in my body, like I was being sort of called into the space. But yeah, I am. Yes, Mina, I'm back, y'all. Hey, Dottie, how are you doing? Oh, guys, I have missed y'all. Do you know what? The last time we spoke, y'all, I said to y'all, pray for me, okay? Because I was going to be navigating through the Virgo new moon as well. And I was already navigating through the goddamn Pisces full moon. So it was a cusp rising double up ascension point, which was hectic, but your girl survived. Dang, that was so intense. But we love the vibes. We love the vibes. It was another means to be able to just get more power quickly, supercharge, you know what I mean? We had to go Super Saiyan on them quickly. Quickly, guys. Okay, Freelist got closed real quick. This might just be the new way to be able to come into the space. So there's not like an overkill of crowd. Yes, I did. Gracefully. Yeah, I managed to get back into my morning routine today, which let me know that I'm through that window of inconsistency that I was navigating through. But it was pretty intense, y'all. And I think God also gave me some time off last week as well, because he was like, girl, chill out. It's like if I don't tell you to take a break, I don't know if you'll stop. And I was like, not enough time, must do everything. It was intense. But yeah, we learned some stuff. Virgo, you know how it is. We need to do everything all the time, constantly. So it was a lot of updating in that program, but you gotta survive that ego. And I am here, refreshed and rejuvenated thanks to the universe. God's been doing bits this season. How are you guys doing? How has the Virgo new moon been treating you guys so far? What's the vibe? We're like a week into the class. How are you guys finding it? Oh, I'm telling you, it has been interesting. Also, obviously, we're in the post shadow of the Mercury retrograde, so there's a lot going on closing out this month. Well, let's not forget that point. In fact, of it all as well. I'm just getting the actual cards out. I like to actually get the cards out. Oh, thank you, Dottie. That's nice. Yeah, it's been intense. It's been intense, Dottie. We're going to have to keep the noise down. I was actually debating on whether or not I wanted to do these in the kitchen, because that's really where I set the intention when I first kind of like anchored myself to this place for as long as I'm going to be here. But the aesthetics in there is just a little bit off. I just don't feel it yet. I don't feel like that's my place for this. So we're going to have to keep the noise down for Martin. Okay, because Martin let me know last time that he wasn't having it. I done triggered his demons. I didn't mean to. Martin got ethnic on me through the window, but it's cool. I haven't actually like full on addressed it, to be fair, because I don't know. I don't feel like it's my problem. It was kind of being made my problem. I feel like the devil was trying to sort of draw me in and see what he can get from me to kind of like get some attention. But I'm like, chill. This is the scenes we have available in my life right now. I'm not auditioning. I've got many villains that are actually updating themselves to supervillains at the moment. We don't need anyone new on the team. So it was a lazy week. Last week, I was the intensity. Can we speak about it, guys? The intensity of that Virgo new moon, when that shit hit, I was like, wow, matter is real. It was so heavy. It was so intense. My whole body was like under the weight of it all. I think my mind was just like, the optimizing process was phenomenal though. Can we speak about that? That was beautifully done. I love the way that God just did that whoosh, update. So we love that. I think that that was some of the lethargy that we was feeling. Let me know how you guys were feeling it as well, right? That's what it was. That really was what it was. It was like a whoosh moment, like, and then creation updated, and it was so beautifully done as well. I'm like seeing it in other little places. I'm sensing it as well. I think that that's probably the one thing that I'm like super excited about. I'm like sensing the changes. I guess because I didn't even actually respond to you know who. Okay, we're gonna treat it like the Voldemort story. Okay, who shall not be named, because obviously my decibels, they are what they are. Okay, I'm designed to be a speaker in this little metrics, so I can't help how I project, but we're gonna have to keep it down because I'm not trying to trigger anybody's demons. Your girl is innocent out here. Okay, I am not. It's not a thing. So, because of that, it was good for me to be able to see where I can sort of manage my relationships as well. Because for the most part, I'm one of those neighbors, like, I just chill. You don't hear from me. I actually don't say much or do much. I don't engage. I'm too busy in my little bubble. I speak to the spirits around here more than I actually engage with my neighbors, which is, I guess, for some quite odd, but they seem to be much more pleasant to deal with, actually. So, without further ado, guys, 8 minutes in, I think that's the record. Okay, usually we're like in the double digits before we actually get anywhere. So, see what we're talking about those updates, yo. Your girl's learning. Okay. Right. This is the list that we have to work with because you guys are so quick. I love you guys. We just got that together real quick. I'm glad you made the list, Dottie. I see that you're new over here with us. It's nice to see like a new face on the list as well because the guys have been telling me about this. it's, it's been causing a little bit of a thing up there in the heavens. Other people want their the humans to basically get seen as well. So I'm glad that you made it. I'm glad that the universe allowed space for you to be here as well. So yes, Marcy, this is what we love. Okay, we're gonna go and get right into it, guys. Your girl got her snacks ready. Literally, that's why I took a couple of extra minutes as well. I was getting my snacks together. I was like, oh, snacks. It felt like a long time. I know we kind of like it took us a week to get here, BTW, but it felt like a really long time. I don't know why. I was actually having like relationship blues for our little friendship space. So it lets me know like how much this means to me, like in terms of keeping up with our relationship. Pretty nice, actually. Hmm. Hey, Amber. Nice to see you, Mama. I know, but guess what, Amber? Tonight is your lucky night because generally speaking, we usually have one particular extra spot. The guides have also held me accountable for that as well because the other guides have been putting it out there that they're trying to get that spot for their person, and I keep forgetting. So tonight's your lucky night, Mama. Thank God for the updates, right? Won't you do it? There we go. You'll be all the way at the end of the list, mind you, but at least you got there. So delayed karma. We call it luck, but it's actually delayed karma. Persistency pays off, essentially. So thank you for joining us, and you get the last spot. Oh, God's amazing. Okay, let's go and dive into it before I express any more of this love and put this out there, because my decibels are going to go right up if I start going any further. I'm just so super excited with all these updates. That's okay, beautiful. Thank God. Okay, he did that. They done made sure they had me whilst I was in this space. I was navigating through many sequences of updates, and it was interesting to observe. So, yeah, God, he knew what time it was. Right, guys. So we are going to go and dive into it because Smara done put her question out there. So without further ado, let's go. Okay. Love, I want us to see the space between me and Gianni, his thoughts or feelings, well, thoughts and feelings, and possible actions for me. Okay. We're like moving into the other layer, the other realms. Okay, well, let's dive into it. This is nice. Okay. We're going to select the decks pre-context they're showing me. So we're going to dive into it. Amazing. Right. Let's see. Hi, Olivia. How are you doing, my love? Okay, so we want to sort of start off with Gianni's thoughts towards our girl Smara, right? Okay. Right. Hey, Richard. How are you doing? Okay, we have communication, guys. Let's see. Oh. Oh, okay. Best way to put it, as the kids say, he fumbled. He fumbled the bag. You being the prize, he fumbled the prize, right? Well, because it was interesting because literally, even so, we have the wish fulfillment card, but it was like a catching. So it's kind of like a second opportunity. Are you guys in communication again? What's the communication lines like? Because it's showing, I guess, a little bit of delays in terms of the wish fulfillment. So I want to sort of understand, because for the most part, he's definitely feeling like he fumbled the prize. Yeah. I don't know how much it is in American dollars, to be fair, Richard. I guess Google. I don't know how the currency situation is at the minute. My bad. But yeah, I think the Cash App's also having issues, has been having issues. But I'm hoping the Mercury retrograde resolved that. We'll see. Okay, hence the lack of confidence, I guess. Okay, that's why he feels like he fumbled the prize. Right. So a couple of things going on with the situation. He's kind of in a place where I guess he's weighing up his options, and that's probably the best way that I can put it, because it seems like there isn't just you on his mind at the minute. It seems like there's room, I guess I want to say, because I'm always going to keep it trolling. I'm just gonna like lay it out like it is. Okay. You're not the only person on his mind at the moment. He's actually sort of like engaging in thoughts with someone else. I want to say since the last 3 weeks or so, maybe three to 5 or 6 weeks ago. When did you guys' timeline disconnect again? Because I know you guys kind of like navigate through these dynamics and cycles with the Mercury retrograde. When was the last time you guys were in contact? Because this person seems like feelings really started to get developed around about like 3 weeks ago. Well, I mean, Gianni is who Gianni is, Mama. I'm telling you, sometimes the updates don't always work. Okay, God does his best, but it is for those who are willing. Okay, it was about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so situation at the minute. I'm just saying, like, God does do what he can, but the updates are really for those who are willing. I guess he wasn't really willing to change that behavior. So the good news for you is that you're not necessarily missing out on much in that regards because the behavior persists, which means he's still in the same, I guess, behavior pattern there. But yeah, he seems to be like curious, I guess, about a situation. I think I'm going to say this. I think he moved into that space too quickly because I'm seeing the way that I'm seeing the connection and interaction between these two is that there's almost like residual where he was with you is kind of where he's rushing things with this situation type thing. Over extending warmth is probably the best way that I can put it. And because of him not actually processing the disconnect that happened in this space, he just instantaneously started to move into the next portal of connection that was available, essentially. Um, yeah, he's got some delayed responses. It's like delayed processing that's kind of like going on in this space, and he's bringing all that energy. And that's it's safe to say in these scenes, you're saving yourself a catastrophic come down. Actually, he'll get the come down on this situation in about 7 weeks because this is only a 10 to 11 week cycle for them. Essentially, maybe 11 weeks in 3 days. So I wouldn't necessarily say he has somebody. I would say that he is he's playing with the idea of courting somebody. And the only reasons because he's got these residual feelings from your space, but he needs to manage this from where it actually is. He found some chemistry with someone and he's kind of like trying to sort of figure it out a little bit. But he's moving far too quickly and he doesn't even know what he's doing. There's too much emotions mixed up here. Yeah, it's a taco sandwich. I don't know what else to put it like, but it's a whole burrito because there's so many little like fragments to this whole scenario that's going to play out over the course of the next 7 weeks for them. She was never really, I guess, a choice as such. She just became something to kind of latch onto because of the unprocessed abandonment, right? When you disconnected, abandonment wound flared up on his side. He didn't really process that automatically to be able to numb that feeling attached. He went into knock mode. We all have it. It's just a thing because we seem to be talking about that spirit a lot. Sidebar, got a download that I need to actually like really get committed. Find the space, firstly, probably not this month or anytime soon, to really dive into some of the stuff we spoke about as far as Demon Hunting 101, because this narc talk, we need to really sort of understand what's going on with the psyche when this spirit is present. But yeah, went into narc mode. for a second. It's usually when we shut down basically and the emotional processing gets disturbed. And there's now like a underdeveloped area, I guess. So he's moving into this space, making plans. He's kind of love bombing her at the minute because that's like his pattern. Um, Kind of giving these falsities, doing the stories, selling dreams, basically. And he's actually really sad, actually. Well, I'm not going to say really. Oh, God. Okay. Sorry, his file computed and said he's not, let's say he's about 37, 38% sad. It's not like, because it's clarifying to me in terms of the downloads as I'm receiving it, right? That was hilarious. But yeah, he's about 37 to 38% sad about the situation. But at the same time, I think he kind of like wants his freedom, but he's also sabotaging that freedom by selling dreams over here to this one because he's connecting and attaching too quickly. So moral of the story is you're saving yourself some time, girl. I'm just gonna say that just as far as like where he is sad about you, about 38% girl. About 38% sad. And with that, let's go and dive into sort of like a little bit more about his feelings and see what's going on under those layers, shall we? Okay, guys. Let's see what's going on as far as like his feelings towards Samara. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Okay, elaborate, guys. Now that we've got the scene set, tell me the story. Okay. Thank you. Wow. Okay. That's so intense. Okay. Sorry, y'all know how this goes. Let me receive the download and then I'm gonna relate back to you as it comes through. Okay. Okay. So, as far as his feelings towards you, I think he has underlying residual regret. All of the things that he didn't say, really. But it was interesting because I was like, whoa, this is intense. Like, he's literally going through like a major arcana, like every scene that he's kind of navigating is a major arcana in terms of his feelings with the situation. It's just like bam, bam, bam. That's why I was like, oh, like this. I was like, this shit's a horror story. Damn. But like internally there's a lot of bleeding out that's going on internally with the situation. So it seemed that he has regrets about his indecision because I think he feels like he's no longer confused, right, about the situation, right? And I'm telling you, girl, it was pretty intense in there. I was like, whoa. Yeah, his actual, like, he's completing a cycle and he's kind of like, accepting and integrating into the idea that he was very immature in terms of the way that he dealt with the situation. And I think because See, this is what's happening. He's getting that update and respectfully, but yeah, he's getting the download and it's like he's getting the updating of the situation, but this person just so happens to be around to basically receive the offset of some of that karma. It's probably her fate as well. She's probably put up with a few F boys in the collective for a minute, in different situations. So the universe kind of like I had to give her a window, I guess, to be able to kind of like just receive some love, be it momentarily or temporary, because it's not necessarily rightfully hers and it's creating a very warped perception, actually. Um, so, yeah, I think he has an attraction that he's realizing, was a lot deeper than he actually sort of recognized at the time. And I think he has his regrets about how he kind of like took that for granted a little bit. Yeah. He's still, that being said, and he's still like trying to push forward to kind of like engage and trying to get to know someone. It's, I see why he's confused. He does confusing behavior. Okay. He confuses himself because he makes out like, oh my God, I'm so confused by this situation. Like, how did I find myself in this situation? Like, what gives? It's like, bruh, you made all of these choices. Like, it's crazy to me, sort of like being in his mental space, because just to sort of like put it into context, the regret's there, right? And it's almost like in the deep of his unconscious, there's like this saying or this perception on the situation that, you know, you should just forgive it and overlook it. Again, not mode tends to be like that. It just wants to go straight to instant gratification. That's actually where we get the stimulus of the instant gratification thing as humans. But that little voice out there is speaking in the back of his mind, and in the forefront of his mind, he's trying to basically be a better person to the wrong person. So it's a case of right timing, wrong person, basically. Because obviously you wanted to be able to see a little bit of a change. But I mean, he's doing better in terms of behavior per se in that context. But I think it's a situation where it's like this, right? Is he though? Like, is he though? Because, like, if this was me cleaning up this patent on my own, like, process whenever I do work, like with myself, right? I'd have to like clean it up in every single area that it exists, because it kind of like he feels like he's still doing the same thing because he's carrying feelings for you, and moving into a space, selling dreams in a situation over here. So it's like, bruh, are you really changing though? Like, really look at the situation for what it is. But, you know, men are logical. It's so funny because, like, I get told that quite a bit, right? In situations, not necessarily just on a one-way. Like, I see that, like, that's a conversation that collective masculine and feminines are having, but I'm like, there's no logic in this, actually. This is all very warped emotional misprocessing and mismanagement, unfortunately, actually, because the logic would seem okay. So, in the man logic, because I'm going into that realm of like his mind space of the maths and how this maths for him, right? He's exercising the behaviors that you wanted. So, technically, he's being a better person. I'm sorry. Oh my God, I'm telling you, humans are funny. We are a funny bunch, especially in 2023. Right, let's move on to his actions towards you moving forward, Mama, because this is, he's tripping. Let's see, guys. What are his actions in that case? What do you mean for someone else? What bit of the conversation? Because you remind you as these thoughts and dialogues flow through. I'm literally like a sieve. It just goes through the sieve. Actions. What are his actions then towards her? Interestingly enough. Okay. That scene is what's playing. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's how he's kind of like, so he's kind of like trying to show up as this, he's giving the representative, right? Because this is what happens, right? So he's in representative mode, which is probably why it starts to break away around about week 10, because it could, like, representative, you have like usually windows where you tend to see like the actual person come through within the first 9 weeks, generally speaking, but technically 3 months, right? It's kind of like an incubation, I guess, of that personality that they're trying to present. But yes, let's have a look and see in terms of actions. Okay. Okay. Well, put it into context for me. What does that look like moving forward? Okay, thank you. Ah, touche. Okay. 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 So, oh, hi, Reddy. The free list is closed, my love. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, it is for now. We even have our extra added on the list already. Sorry, beautiful. Again, more major transitional, I guess. Tune in next week as well, beautiful. We'll be here, I guess. Yeah. So as far as the actions as well that he'll be taking, there isn't necessarily much action that he's taken towards the situation. I think he's just kind of like leaving the situation to time. I think he kind of feels like he regrets the fact that it didn't necessarily work out, but I think he respects your decision to sort of like want to leave. I think he's trying so hard to prove to himself that he's not what he revealed himself to you to be at the time. Through his actions. That's okay. That's all good, beautiful. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. But yeah, the whole space that you guys kind of shared, I guess it shifted something for him to some degree. I do have to give him that, because the update's happening slowly but surely. Where it seems like he's kind of realizing that it was the indecisive thing, it was the kind of not really giving into the space. I think now he realizes that he actually did have some feelings, and he probably should have really dived into those feelings if he was going to be able to actually like let things, play out in a way that was going to be a little bit more aligned with what he really felt, because I think he's a little bit disappointed about his behaviors as well himself. Hey, Ari. Hey, Kay. Right, Mama. it seems as well like he's avoiding disasters with this situation as far as like the romance. I think he's focused on this particular situation. I don't think he knows well enough. I think he's kind of like accepted that the situation's over to some degree. And he's kind of like moving very quickly forward into this space, trying to create a narrative to kind of like make himself feel a little bit better about the situation. So yeah, let's see what your guidance is as far as you navigating through this space. Let's see what the guides have to say. Right, guys, what's the advice then for our girl Smara on the situation? Okay. Put it into context for me. And what does that mean? Okay. 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 Sorry, I'm like going through the sequence and letting spirit sort of like communicate. So, the advice for you is that this isn't even anything that you need to sort of like reassert or be assertive on. They're sort of saying with the situation, you let this thing sort of like play out. You focus, I guess, your energy on yourself and in the space that you're at the minute. I think he's not really doing too much in this space with this person because he seems to be like presenting. He's not really giving like himself in this space to this person. I do think that like you're still in his heart a lot more, potentially. I'd say that you're still in his heart a lot more. But his mind space is occupied with this person. So it's a distraction, essentially. That's just the best way that I can put it, beautiful. It's a distraction. But yes, their advice for you is to just kind of like let sleeping dogs lie with this situation. Things are actually going to be playing out in that space over the course of the next 11 weeks. I want to say 11 weeks and 3 days. So there's some sort of alarm in the universe that has your name all over it. 11 weeks and 5 days. We'll leave it there. Keep me posted, mama. Right, guys. I am going to move on to the next space. I hope that that was useful for you, though. Beautiful. I wanted to be able to just give the cards a nice little cleanse as well, whilst I've got the incense going before it goes out. Just give them a nice little smudge. Hey, Scenario, beautiful. How are you doing? What is up? How has Virgo season been treating you? I think this is your season, right? Oh, love ma. Thank you for popping your question out there. I see you got into the space nice and early. Oh, I'm telling you, I am the same, beautiful. I was like looking forward to like a massage next week because I've got a couple of days off. Just in time after the updating has been intense on the body this season. Like the body, the muscles have been feeling all of those updates. So it's definitely been intense as well for me. I completely hear you on that. I had to do some yoga this morning to just kind of like stretch some of those cells out because they felt so tight with all the new information that we're kind of like storing. For those of us who did actually sort of take the updates, because God was just out here throwing better lives, and I know I took mine. I don't know about y'all. I was like, yes, please. It's gonna take some work, but hey, I'm up for the challenge. Snap. Right. So yes. Okay. Good, good, good. Okay. I'm telling you, Sonoria, I kid you not. I kid you not. But yes. Okay, Love Mo's question. Let's pop it on screen and get it going. And he treated me as a poor option. Honestly, beautiful, I think it was one of those situations where he didn't know what he had at the time. Because I think he kind of like at this point goes through a process of comparison. Like in comparing you, their patience with yours, the way that they're able to kind of like give him a little bit of a rebuttal to certain things. Like he's checking their wit, like are they as witty? Does he have like the same sort of like banter? It's not really the same. So all of these things he's kind of like re-observing in the process, and this is why I think that things kind of like has to play itself out over the course of the next few weeks. So yeah, I don't think he's going to be making much, I guess, noise in your space during that time, however, to be fair. But yeah. I'm sad, but he really needs to upgrade himself, right? That part, like, that's why I just said to y'all, like, God was giving away free, like, he was giving away better lives. I was like, me? Yes, please. What you say? What I gotta do? Okay. You just get to it. But I do understand that a lot of the times breaking away from some of these habits may be a little bit more difficult. And I also learned some stuff from the angels about this like deficit that is happening within the collective divine masculine at the minute as well, which is why we need to speak about the narc spirit. But we're going to get to that. That's a whole other timeline, y'all. I can't wait till we get there because there's so much going on with that. But yes, Love Ma, let's go and dive into your question. Let me just I'm parched after that one. Damn, Smara, I was there for a minute with you. That was like a good 30 minutes, girl. Right. Okay. Love Ma. Oh, yes, you will. Okay. Let's dive into it. I'm not going to ask that question, and I'll tell you why. Because we find what we're looking for. So oftentimes we say that we're looking for one thing, and then whilst we're on the journey towards that thing, we see other things along the way and we get distracted by those things because they might make us feel some type of way in the process of us moving through our resistances and being updated, right? So I'm going to ask a different question to be able to really get down to like the experience of what that would be like for you, actually. That's what I'll do. No, that's okay, Smara. It's all good, girl. You know how it is over here. Listen, I was just gonna put the memo out to anybody that's like they've got a few places before we get to them on the list. This was me kind of like putting out a disclaimer that they might want to leave the room and come back at a later stage, depending on where they are on the list. Feel free to leave the room. Do make sure that you try and get back in by the time we call you. Put a memo out there for your guides. Tell your angels to let you know when it's time to get back into the room if you do leave. Okay. And make sure that you keep your crown open so that they can give you that download, that part. Okay, so the way that I'm going to present your question, Love Ma, is what are some of the resistances that you're navigating through that is prohibiting you from finding true love that you feel is mutually reciprocal? That's going to be how I'm going to ask that question. Girl, if you put that question to them, these guys, they will run you in a circle with riddles. I did that in the last week or so, where I had to learn how to play the game all over again. Minds interacting with minds is quite a thing. I'm telling you, it's strange. But yes, guys, that's what we want to get clarity on. What are some of the resistances that is prohibiting those firewalls? We want to understand them so that we can break them down for Love Ma. Okay. They want to be able to have this connection that is reciprocal in its energy. Let's talk about it. What's the tea? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay. Okay, put this into context for me then. We want to get the whole story. Bear with me, love more. Okay. Okay. Can I ask you something? Is there a particular person that you're still sort of like, that you still carry in your heart? You know, like when you're facing lonely times, is there like one person that comes up from your heart space where your mind starts to think, oh, I wonder what that person's doing? And I have to ask the question. I'll unravel the whole process as we speak. But yeah, should I put the thingy out as well, guys? I'm going to put the invite out. Okay, well, we're going to start there firstly. I'm going to put the invite out, y'all, because I want to let it be known, anybody that does want to come and join the chat for real, like the chat, y'all can sort of like come on and we can do sort of a little bit of a conversation. But yes, Love Mom. So we're going to start there firstly, because they're like, well, the first aspect of the situation is that there's a challenge to move on. They don't want to. That person that you're carrying in your heart, the piece of yourself that is still connected to that person that you're carrying in your heart, for lack of a better way of putting it, that love is keeping you stagnant. And when I say that love is keeping you stagnant, it's just, I understand that the dynamics with the situation at the moment isn't ideal. So it's almost the unfinished story of the unresolved issues, if you know what I mean. That's kind of like how this script seems to be playing out. Because it seems like the likelihood of relationship dynamic, it's, there's passion there, there's connection there, there's chemistry there, but there's so many other factors to the situation in terms of making a situation work per se. Mm. It feels as well at the minute like there's a little bit of indecision. If you have like this connection, I guess, or this love, because that's what it feels like. That's the emotion that is kind of projecting itself to me as I receive the download. If you feel this love, um, what's kind of holding the situation back? I know I said I wouldn't ask, but I kind of feel like I had to. I had to be able to sort of like get full context of the situation, because the way that I'm seeing it beyond this, there's so many other aspects to the situation, but that's the main fear basically, right? That's the main fear. Sorry, because I'm gonna be chilling. I'm gonna get real comfy. But yeah, that's the main fear that's causing the situation to kind of play out the way that it is for the most part, right? This fear of being able to move forward and actually make room. Um, Feels like there's a lack of progress with that situation. It feels like it's been a while as well. Talk to me about that. I'm sure you're probably sort of typing away, I'm assuming, and trying to sort of get back to me on. I think that's what happens a lot of the times. I ask many questions. Sorry. I forget what tangents, whenever, by the time you guys actually sort of present the questions, I have to think, oh, what thought was that? He did not like me. Yeah. Mm. There was a sort of dynamic to the situation, I guess, that definitely makes things a little bit awkward. Mm. He didn't like things about you. I think the way, yeah, there were things about you that he didn't like. I don't think it was a situation that he didn't like you per se, because I think he thought, she's okay. In terms of like, to some degree, with the aesthetics as well. I think there were just personality clashes there with the situation. So, first thing you need to do, Mama, is let that one go, because as much as you wanted that one, it wasn't for you, and that's okay. Okay. Like I just said earlier, God's giving away like free upgrades on life. So claim your upgrade. This is your season. Okay. Just be willing. I think you probably need to process some of that. I want to call it rejection. I want to call it rejection because that's probably why there's still a lingering um, sense of desire there. So you maybe want to start processing there firstly, and relieve yourself of the burden of carrying that person into something else as well. Hi, Nabrisha. But yes, let that situation kind of like, take yourself to the heart ward of God's clinic, okay? And he's going to clean that right up for you, okay, Mama? The best way that I can put it with the situation. Oh, the free list is closed, my love. Donation list is open. There's only up to about 4 or 5 spots available on that. We haven't decided just yet for the night, but yes. You do, Renee. If you do donate, you do move to the top. That's kind of how the game works here. Yeah. But yes, with the situation, um, I guess that's why. Okay, I guess that's why I was called to ask the question in that way as well, because they're saying it goes even deeper than that. Okay, a couple of things. We're going to unpack this little spirit. This is like a spirit amalgamation situation that you're dealing with. Firstly, the spirit that you're sort of presenting with that is kind of a little bit repelling, I guess, to some of the situations that you want. Um, there's a little bit, and this is kind of like how we attract. It kind of goes out into our like what we call. We have our natural like scent as far as our pheromones, but we have our ethereal pheromones, which is kind of like the calling. It's like how the force moves through you, for lack of a better way of putting it, right? And the way in which you're expressing yourself out there to the universe, there's a little stench of desperation. And I'll tell you why, because there's a lack of belief as well. That's what's been developing this desperation, or this spirit or force of desperation. These are some of the areas where you probably really need to work on your belief, I guess, in self. Yeah, girl, my Cash App, the devil's been doing something on our Cash App for a minute, but we will not be defeated. PayPal works fine. For a minute, I don't know what's going on with the Cash App. The guys have even tried to talk me through it, but for some reason, that portal just isn't really open for us at the minute. It hasn't been for a while, but we make do. Okay, PayPal still works, so I hope that that helps, I guess. With the situation, Love More, right? That little presence, right? That little presence of desperation is because it's almost like you don't believe. So one of the things in terms of when we're manifesting, right? Like faith is it's like whoop, okay, it activates. We call it oh my Cash App has been fine. So yeah, I don't honestly. This little thing has been going on for a minute, but with the space, you kind of like tend to be a little bit indecisive sometimes, Love More, right? You'll start a process of saying that you want to sort of like when we're manifesting towards stuff, right? And then you kind of like start to activate the law of repulsion, where you're kind of like moving away from it because you're faced with some of your fears. Your fear of rejection, you need to work through. That's what this situation was there for, to kind of like be a catalyst to help you navigate through healing, I guess, that place within yourself, so that you can actually be prepared to practice that reciprocity. Because fear of rejection, as soon as you activate that, guess what? You start rejecting others. Oh my God, that's how that works. Such a trigger. But do you see where I'm going with this? This is a very loaded situation for you. So firstly, you got to let him go. I hope you were sort of like writing this down, because I don't know if I'm making any sense to you, but I'm trying my best to unpack it as best as I can for you. So you got to let them go. In order to be able to let them go, I definitely recommend sort of like accepting that they were a natural catalyst to you being able to process your fear of rejection, and really go deeper into understanding where this rejection story started to develop within your psyche as well, because it's clearly kind of still a scar that you carry on your heart in terms of how you choose love and the kind of frequency that you're emitting out there when it comes to how you're selecting your love as things are drawn into you. But yeah, let him go, because it just wasn't aligned. Hey, Lady T. And then you also want to be able to make sure that well, okay, I sensed it was a mum situation. I didn't want to pry too deep into this space as well. I know that it was an extension, but I think mum herself, I saw like a 2 to 3 year old version of you, basically, which was where this kind of like really started to develop. You probably need to process, you need to update that little girl's programming in terms of like your psyche on certain things, and you need to kind of like maybe go back and have a conversation with her, because I see the moment that it happened as well, actually. And it was quite a lot to process at the time, and nobody really sort of took the opportunity to talk you through it after the facts as well. You just kind of swallowed it and kind of got on with things, as kids do. It's just kind of what we do, don't we? But as adults, we actually have to process. Life doesn't work to the same degree of density. I guess our imagination becomes a lot more contracted, and a less expansive as we become adults. So fear tends to create barriers to a lot of things that we can and can't see. So what I'd say with the situation, you definitely want to, and my first relationship was disaster. You kind of need to unpack a few of these things, my love, because it seems as though, you know, because these things, like if we go and ask the universe, will I ever find true love, which is mutual, the universe will be like, I don't know. Will you ever find true love, which is mutual? Like that kind of shit, which is so irritating. It's like, bruh, I just asked you the question. You can't answer the question with a question, but that's how things work with the mirror law theory. So the universe is just going to mirror whatever it is back to you. That's why I had to ask the question this way, so that we can really get some answers, because that was a very close question. And that's actually so loaded as far as what you want to know by way of asking that question, that we needed to go into that question to unpack it, to be fair. You and your mum aren't necessarily opposites, my love. You and your mum are actually very similar, which is why you guys collide. You are your mum's genetic genome evolved. Some of the things that you are in opposition with her of are your father's genetic genome. So those are just some of the things that you guys have to figure out the semantics on how to navigate through those differences of opinion and being, right? States of being. It's okay. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking as well? Just so that I can put this into context as well. Does not get me, and I'm never enough. That's not true. That's a story that she told herself. She is simply giving you what she is sick with, my love. That is all. She made more of herself, i.e. you, so that she could process all of that. Okay. That part. But yeah, let me know how old you are as well. Just say, okay. So this is a nice stage to be in that game, because there are, when it comes to the mother and daughter scenes, the way that they play out, it can be quite tragic throughout the 20s, depending on the dynamics and depending on the age that, like, the parents actually get into the relationship, that is so many factors, so many variables, right? But you're at and again, for a lot of people with the updating process, round about the 30s is when some of the generational karma starts to kind of like, you shed a lot of your adolescent years and your 20s. Once you get into your 30s, it's like, oh shit, get it off me. That's kind of what it feels like. And you continue to do that as life goes on, basically. So when we get into, like, for me, I'm in my 30s now. When I get into my 40s, I'll be like, oh, get it off me. Shedding all the layers of like my 30s, right? The traumas of stuff that you kind of like navigate through. This is a really good time, because you're basically navigating through everything that your mom, that's what it feels like, love. I'm telling you. It's like, get it off me. Get your Taylor Swift on, wanna shake it off, because you never want to like let the shadow be like a thing whilst you're in the shadow. You know what I mean? You want to bring some joy to it, so you want to bring some Taylor Swift into the space and shake it off. But with the situation, I think it's one of the things that you guys generally sort of like actually have in common is the fact that you guys are both opinionated. Another area that you guys actually have another mutual situation with is the fact that you guys are quite like hasty in your delivery. And I think this is, you guys are both impulsive. You are her removed. Your her genome just meshed with something else as well, to kind of make it better, if you will. It's kind of like God's trying all these recipes. He's like, so salty. Oh, I don't know. I'm indifferent with that one. So he keeps going. Keeps going. We'll see how it continues, right? On each lineage, he tries a new recipe. But with the recipe that is you get to decide how you're going to be sort of like engaging and interacting in situations. I think you probably have to process when you go into processing rejection, you probably have to like process some of her rejection too, because that's how deep this stuff goes. Because again, they give you what they have, right? So she's sick with rejection. You probably have to go and process rejection for her mom because she likely gave her the same illness, because that's what she received. Again, delayed processing. We're having to do it generations back because that generation had no room or time to process anything. In this generation, we're like looking for all the time in the world to process everything and nothing at the same time, basically. Yeah, that part, that part. So it's all a bit much, all a bit much at the minute, but I think that what is standing in your way, essentially, of you being able to experience true love that is mutual, my love, is you. I just have to be honest with you. That's the general consensus. Like, I'm seeing, like, all the guides, there's sort of general consensus. Like, everybody agrees. Yeah, it's a team thing. Everybody agrees. I'm sorry, beautiful. Really laughing because I'm like, as I'm going through, because obviously I'm here in the physical, but in the spiritual, there's like a whole setup that happens like for these things as well. It's kind of like the behind the scenes type thing. And the whole general consensus between everybody that's there, call it a round table, if you will, is exactly that. You've made some progress, but I think the thing about the situation is you have to accept that your past is your past, and you have to be willing to negate your present a little bit more with the spirit. They said scratch that, a lot more, at least 70% more, 71 to 73% to be precise, more of the spirit of optimism. Okay, you're good generally speaking, but you're one of those people, like, as soon as things kind of don't necessarily go like your way, you get thrown off and you're like right on the bandwagon of the pessimist. It's a quality you get from your mom, which again, you know her. She is you. Like, you should know how to navigate her. The issue is you allow her to rattle you, and then you guys continue to collide and be combative towards each other. You manage her like you would manage yourself. Consider her the spirits and forces within you that you battle as you battling them externally. Those thoughts that you navigate through, those feelings that you kind of have gotten so great progressively, actually, at overcoming. You just play the same song and dance with her. She's a physical manifestation of that demon. Yay, for lack of a better way of putting it, girl. So yeah, but they want to say you've got this, firstly, because they're like, yeah, it's all about future planning and how you're going to be, making the best of the next couple of years that you've got. You'll get the opportunity to experience a love like no other, is what they're saying to me. Give yourself some time to ripe. That's what they're saying. Obviously, you've made a lot of like leaps and bounds, but give yourself some time to ripe. There's going to be some time in between now and when you find your person, a good little 3 to 4 years window, if I'm honest, in terms of like finding your person and feeling like, wow, this thing that you're speaking about, this true love, you're going to feel it here. And it suddenly hits you and quakes your whole being. So continue to grow, continue on the path that you're on, and continue to seek what it is that you're looking for in that space. But start within, because the love that you're looking for, you must first be willing to emanate, which means you give it in order for it to reflect itself back to you, right? But you are loving with contentious fears at the minute as well, based on some of these upbringings. So some of these programs need to be updated, so that you can basically optimize the spirit of optimism, okay, up to at least 71 degrees of perspective, essentially, because I think that's where you're going to find the change that you're looking for. Because optimism at the minute is somewhat at like between, it generally goes between the scales of 3 to like 7. And you need a lot more than that for some of the things that you're trying to manifest, because of your lineage and just the way that their thought pattern had been up until this point. You're kind of battling through some of those woes, if you will. But you got this, man. Shit. Let your supernova shine. Let's go and find a guidance from the guides and see what they've got to say on this. Okay, guys, what is the advice then for love more? Okay, what is the advice for love more on the situation? As clearly as you can. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So they're saying with this situation, now isn't necessarily the time for the recovery that you're looking for, right? But you're in the process of it. It's kind of something that's going on. It's kind of like the undertone of these scenes that are playing out. Consider it the journey, the road to recovery. Okay. How cute. Consider this season, I guess, of your life, call it, or consider it chapter, road to recovery. So now isn't necessarily the time where you're going to feel like things are exactly where you want them to be, but you'll have like little bouts of these moments that kind of like feeds that presence and spirit of optimism, right? Over the course of the next, I want to say 3 to 4 months. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably like around about the holidays. I'm not gonna lie, you'll have moments as well where you'll feel a little bit kind of like it's almost like there's triggers of anxiety in this space as well, because I think your mom definitely triggers your anxieties, to the point where you kind of dim a little bit and become a bit introverted to be able to navigate through the space because it feels easier. But honestly speaking, learn how to manage your light in this space so that she doesn't have to cower from your light, so that she can identify how to let her light shine brighter as well, because she's sick with the spirits that she's trying to cast over you. You know what I mean? You guys are trying to do this team effort, you know. But around about the holiday seasons, you'll kind of feel a little bit better in terms of your recovery period when it comes to this question. Family dynamics, at least, will be in a little bit. It's more a case of being more focused on what the goals are and what it is that you guys are trying to do. Some conversations, you're here to lead. It's that simple. Some conversations you're here to lead, but you have to be mindful of your delivery because you know how you like to be led. You have to bear in mind the delivery is everything in the context of how you and mom clashes, right? So you've got to take that into consideration because that has a lot to do with everything. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. But yes. Hey, Sammy girl. I was just thinking about you and Ash not too long ago, actually. Oh, good, love mom. Well, good. Thank you for the question. What a great question. I mean, once we were able to unpack it, it was very insightful. Okay. Who have we got next on the list? Let me see where the list is. Okay, who we got next? Mohaha. I don't think I've even seen that person. I don't think I've seen Mohaha in the chat. Have I seen them in the chat? I haven't been here all night. Yeah. Okay. 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 What about him? What about Oh. Okay. Mohaha. I didn't think Mohaha is here. Rika as well. Okay. Mina, if you're still out here as well, did I inquire about what they practiced? I think you did. I think the question was answered quite strangely, actually. I think, from what I recall at the time, I think you did. And I think the answer was quite abstract. I think the way that that channel came through is through the realm of abstract thought, because it was kind of answering the question, but I think there's a thing, the curiosity is still there because it wasn't quite answered. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like I am like that. Like the guys. But this is what I want to get clarity on. But sometimes it comes to the realm of abstract thought because it kind of like is unconcluded type thing. Hasn't been fully digested, I guess. Is probably the best way that I can put that. But yeah, I think Mina as well has dozed off for a little bit. So we're going to sort of go and dive into, I think Sammy's probably next, actually. You're next, Sammy. Look at that. I literally, before earlier I was saying, tell you guys to let you guys know when it's your time to come back into the space. That was phenomenal. Look at how amazingly your guides executed that one. But look at that. Mohaha and Rika, they both missed a spot, I guess. I forgot to let people know as well they can stick around just in case they miss a spot. But I guess there's two spots. I was going to ask Mina to check in on Rika, but I think Mina herself has passed out at the minute. It's okay. She's good. What's your question, Sammy? We're going to sort of go directly to you because I haven't seen Mohaha in the chat and we haven't seen Rika since we started as well. We're like an hour in. So, what's your type of question, my love? Your girl's going to help herself some mini cookie. Going to help myself to some treats. Okay. Okay. Two questions at once. whilst her mouth's full. Gosh. Um, Scenario. Yes, there's a donation list. Mina simply is passed out. Um, that's okay, Renee. The donation list, I guess, is open. There's about 4, possibly 5 spots on that list, is what they've said to me for tonight. So, oh, here's our girl Mina. Hey, Mina. Okay. Couple of things. Mohaha is not here. You might want to hit up Rika and ask her to come and put her question out, if that's the case or situation. And then also, Sammy, I'm good, my love. I've been navigating through my updates and it was exhausting on my avatar. And I hear that everybody had the same with their updates as well. It was pretty exhausting for everybody else as well. The muscle updates were real and it took a lot. Yes, beautiful. Hey, H. So we have the donation list open at the minute because the free list is closed. And with that situation, we're kind of figuring out how that's kind of aligning at the moment because I think there's a couple of people sort of lining up for that list at the minute. But yeah, the costs are in the description. I forget how much it is as well, actually, because I did that ages ago, maybe a year or two ago, and I just copy and paste. Thank God. Every so often, I just insert some more information, you know. All good, beautiful, all good. But yes, donation list is open, and I think it's 3, 5, and guys, I don't know. Where's the description on this? I actually wouldn't know, but yeah, I'll have to go online and check it out. Yes, please, because I'm not all the way there. Okay, we're gonna check and see what's going on PayPal. Okay, so first donation we've got in KW, initials KW. Who's that one? Yes, H. It is £3 a question. Yes. Oh, Renee. Sorry, my bad, girl. I just saw the memo. I asked the questions and the guys were like, "It's there." I know, Mama. Sorry, blunt moment. Forgive me. Those happen. The updates don't mean that my traits are gone. I just got better with them. That is too funny, but yes, we've got that. So yeah, we've got Renee on the list at the minute. Mina, I think Scenaria's trying to donate as well, and I think HH is trying to donate as well. Hey Manor, how are you doing on this lovely Friday night? It is actually so hard. Guys, you guys are going to realize how loud I actually am one day when I can actually like read with actually projecting my voice, because a lot of the times I keep my voice pretty small in this space because I'm aware there's power to it. It has a lot of extension and reach. Oh, Manor, I think the free list is closed at the moment. We're trying to sort out the donation list. Rika's got her go. Mohaha is gone, to be fair, actually. Yeah. Is K on the list as well? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, dang, y'all. Do you know what? I'm gonna have to go into my PayPal. Sorry. Sorry, guys. We're having some technical difficulties, okay? We're dealing with the semantics of things at the minute. It happens every so often. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna have to go in to sort of see the order because I got Renee's came through. But I think, yeah. So far I've only got Renee's. Yeah. Okay. Where were you on the list, Kay? That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. Okay, so we're gonna change up the list a little bit, Mina. Let me have a look and see. Oh gosh, that was such a while ago. I'm trying to go back to see some stuff. I think I just gotta. Okay. There's love moss. Okay. Oh, Mohaha. And then Rika and SK. Sorry, I'm like going back to see what was going on. Okay. Okay, I think you were on the previous list. You were saying, Kay, we'll get you in Mohaha's place. Yeah, we'll get you in Mohaha's place. Sorry, I had to go back there to check it out. Oh, Renee, my love, post whenever you're ready. Beautiful. Put it out there. I will come back and follow up on it. We're just trying to sort out some of the politics at the minute. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna figure it out. Wait right there. Right. Let me just update what we've got going on. Okay, so we have Renee, then we have H, and then we have Scenario in terms of the donation list. K was one from the previous list, so we'll make an allowance, both of those slots as far as the Rika and Mohaha. That's wrapped up nicely, right? Okay. Thank you, H. Thank you. So we're gonna, okay. Thank you guys as well. PTW. Okay, we're gonna update on the list as well. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking up like some of the details on the situation. Trust me, guys, I get like, how can I put it? I get judged, for lack of a better way of putting it. I get judged on how I manage these spaces as well. So this is like my exam as well. In terms of like what's going on since the update, and the universe is basically testing my testing 1 2 3 to see how well my avatars basically receive the updates and stuff like that. So I have to see how well I actually have gotten. Okay. So Kay, I know that we're going to be adding you to the list, my love, but we're going to actually, unfortunately, have to pop you at the end of the list. Obviously, we're going to sort of stick you in for Mohaha and Rika's place, but unfortunately, because obviously we started a new list and the whole process kind of like, yeah, discontinued since then, but it kind of basically, like I said, in my message on the community chat, it wasn't a pause, it was a reset more so than anything else. But I did see your message there, and I am sort of like taking it into consideration. There's already insights coming through. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's all good. It's all good, Mina. I think we're actually there where we've got Renee, HH, and Sonaria on the donations list. And then we're going to start the free list from Sammy and add K to the end of the list. Okay. And that's kind of like how we're going to, I guess, finish out this space, if that makes sense. Listen, you be both, Renee, okay? Listen, I'm telling you, you can feel the little butterflies. Okay, now that that's sorted, it's so funny, Mina, because when you did pass out, they were like, oh, she's gone. That's okay, Kay, that's okay. It's just obviously we've been navigating through some stuff since last week, so I do understand. And I know that you put your question out there as well, Mama, and I'm not dismissing it. We're just shifting it appropriately so I can get enough space to be able to unpack that for you as well, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, you feel free to come in and out of the room because you know how this works. That was funny as well, Mina. When you did pass out, the guys were like, oh, she's down. I was like, oh, I think Mina's down. I can sense her. Couldn't sense you, Mama. Okay, so we're going to dive into, where is it? There we go. All right, so Renee wants more insights on the connection. All right, guys. What's the tea? How do you see things playing out with Renee and Joseph? Okay. Ooh. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so interesting. Okay. Uh, okay. So I'm going to clarify and put it into context because the way that movie played out very, very quickly, that was actually pretty hilarious. Oh, let's see. Sorry. Yes, perfect, Mina. That's absolutely it. Brilliant. Did a super job. There we go. Okay. Sorry, let me go back to your question, Renee. There we go. So, um, put it into context for me, guys. It seems like, right, the way that they've put this situation, it kind of seems like there's a little bit of, it's kind of like a non-starter. That's probably the best way that I can put it to you. It's kind of like aimlessly drifting. It doesn't, struggles to actually make a, don't worry, I'm going to unpack it. And then, chill out, breathe, okay? Let your human breathe now. But no, okay. So a couple of things to the situation. I think why I laughed, okay, was because the scene just played out so quickly. It was like it kind of starts and it kind of develops into something, but it's kind of trying to identify what that thing could potentially be, but it doesn't actually go anywhere in terms of like actually really sort of you know manifesting itself into something. Okay. So, a few things with this situation. I'll tell you what some of the challenges are that you're going to find with the situation. I'll tell you why. The prioritization thing is a challenge for you. You like to know that you're needed or wanted, I guess. It's just a thing. Like in your dynamic, you need you need for them to be basically not too clingy, but they need to let you know that they miss you type thing, like that your presence is like, they're yearning for it type thing. Um, so that's something that's going to be a challenge in that situation. So these are some of the challenges that you guys would basically navigate through in this space. Now, his thing is, okay, you see that? That's how Joseph feels a good 7 months from now in navigating the space, right? I want to say it's interesting because, like, navigating the space with you, it almost feels like he would have to be on his best behavior, essentially, right? And I think those are some of the. Would you say you're a little bit of an alpha female? I have to ask the question because I'm like, you asked for some insights, girl, and I'm going to unpack it for you, I guess. But I have to ask that question. I'm in no rush anyway. I'm open to it just flowing, to be honest. I'm not trying to fix anything in stone. Good, because you guys are kind of going to be drifting a little bit. I am an alpha female. Look at it in blocks capital. At least you know yourself, mama. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Sorry. I'm like trying to keep my laughter down. Okay, I'm trying to like contain this bomb that is inside this body here. But no, seriously, these are some of the challenges that you guys would have in the situation. This is why I'm telling you how it would play out in this space. Okay, so he finds himself kind of like treading on eggshells in the space. because of their alpha female tendencies. Okay. Um, I just have to keep it true with y'all. You know how it is. I have to be like 100% honest with you guys because they'll give it to me raw. But the aspect that is probably the most challenging for him is when you come. I know that you are beautiful. I know that you are just being yourself. And I know that you're so, like, your energy is just so beautiful and vivacious, right? Like, it's amazing. And I love that you shine. However, however, Mama, in terms of the navigation for Joseph, in navigating you in relationship or trying to figure out if you guys can become significant in relationship, it's a challenge. These are some of the things that he would have to navigate through that kind of like puts him in a position of feeling like a stalemate, right? And it's kind of like these are some of the things that keeps him indecisive, basically, where he's kind of in between that place. You feel like the way that you feel now, and that's fine, but once you get in there, okay, and you get a few cuddles and you get a few spoons, okay, you feel differently, okay, and it's all of a sudden you mine, okay. That's how that works. Like that's how you're thought. I'm literally like seeing it like crabs, okay. We go together, okay. So because of where you are now, I'm telling you in all honesty, my love, you would need to disrupt a lot of your behavior patterns. If you would, he's quite timid for the most part. In comparison, don't get me wrong, like still very confident, like, you know, sure of themselves, great personality. I can see why you like him. He's quite the charmer, right? He's got his own light that shines on its own. But when it comes into a space with a supernova like yourself, he's just insecure then. He's used to dealing with those unbalanced females. Yes and no. Yes and no. Okay, so he himself is learning where to find the right balance. Hey, Wayne. Free list is closed. Donation list, I guess, has one more space. They're saying one more space on the donation list. Oh my God, I said that he does come off as that masculine dominant that I desire, but I also see some parts are a facade. 100. Well, he's trying to get to the prize. He's giving you his best representative. Like he's literally, he was like, wait right there, girl. And then he came back with the best representative that he could find to be able to, like, you know, give the aesthetics. That part. Okay. And can you blame him? Like, come on. It's just one of those things, right? He's kind of navigating through a place where he's still trying to figure out what the hell he's actually sort of wanting to do with somebody that is as much of a free spirit as yourself, that does tend to kind of like, you know, speak so freely. Again, there's nothing wrong with authenticity, but I think sometimes as well, what we do in updating, right? Because, and I tell you this, like I'm working on it myself, so I'm saying this as a human navigating through the process of this update myself, right? Okay. When we're kind of like navigating, I'm not shaming him, but I'm just calling what I see. Not in no harsh cutting him down way. Girl, you sound like me right now. I literally had to have like several of the same conversations over the course of this update because it is a certain level of honesty because the collective is so sensitive and egos are like so like just waiting for the next place to like start a fight. And it's just like, is this worthy of a battle? No, I'm just being honest. But and however, the delivery is everything. And I think that these are some of the things that you guys would have to. My voice is very powerful and people tend to get offended, but I don't really try to. Girl, you and me both. Okay, this is why we're friends. Okay, I refuse to water down again. I can't do it now, and nobody's asking you to. Don't water down because we're not in that kind of space anymore. These hoes out here just gonna have to respect our supernova, okay? It's just what it is. Just saying, okay? But, and however, the situation, however, I'm learning to try to soften it a different way, and that's exactly it. That's exactly it. That word that you just said there, soften, because that is exactly it. 100%. Okay. You laughing at the supernova comment? Hell yeah, they're gonna have to respect the supernova because I cannot be bothered to be fit all this in a mediocre. Like it's just it's stinking. You know, it's like when you do the stanky leg, you feel like you just want to do the stanky leg. But yes, get it off you. But yeah, um, softening it 100%, because I think the impact in which kind of like allows for the receptivity to be able to be a little bit less on the offense in terms of receiving it, right? And you've done a phenomenal job, can I just say, because I can tell as well. They're like 3 years ago. So I see that you've grown. Kudos for you, Mama. Kudos to you. I see that you've grown a lot, and that's amazing. But these are some of the things that you would struggle in the dynamics within this space, because as much as he actually presents as an alpha, he's actually a beta in relationship. And that's why you have to be, yeah, you did. And you did that, okay? You ate that ish up for breakfast and you was like, having my butterfly moment, y'all. Love that for you. Okay, snaps for you on that. Um, there you go. 100%. So he, on his own, he's an alpha, but in relationships, he tends to be beta. This is why your ability to manage this shift in his behavior is something that is going to be detrimental to how the relationship actually unfolds, right? Because for the most part, what tends to happen, he's actually as well, right? It's so interesting because, like, he presents as an alpha because on his own, he's confident, but it's almost like in a dynamic where he has to share space with others, he becomes insecure. I guess this dynamic with my this sounds strange, but I literally I want to say this goes back to even breastfeeding for him. I don't know. Ask him what his breastfeeding. Ask him if he was able to suckle. Like, okay, this sounds so strange, but honestly, this goes back to his suckling stage of his attachment development. I believe that there was a disconnect even from that instance. Um, yeah. Deaf, I looked at our birth charts too and saw it would be challenging in this same aspect. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the suckling. This is what actually like brought this mismanagement of attachments. I think it actually like stemmed straight off the bat. So, mum, I don't know. You need to learn and understand the dynamic of the relationship that mum was having with dad at the time that he came in, because I think that he basically sensed mum being in a situation where she just didn't necessarily, she wasn't up to it. She was exhausted, firstly, to be fair. So she kind of like had a little bit of a wall up, but they struggled from breastfeeding. Literally. Can you imagine that a relationship can actually be broken from that instance of life? Breastfeeding. You coming here trying to figure out how to do that shit. You got a whole tongue and a mouth you haven't had before. You're like trying to work this body, and all of a sudden, you're hindered. Look at that. But yeah, that's what happened. He got hindered in terms of his relationship processing from the suckling stage. It gets that deep, girl, for real, for real. But yeah, oh god. Okay, so my question to you, girl, and I'll be like, okay, and you know, I'm like, no, trust me, this whole thing, diving into it, I'm telling you, it's that important, 100%. Like, literally, when they took me back to, like, look, it stemmed from this connection. Hello, Alma. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, my love. There's only one more spot available on the donation list as well. And then we're fully closed up for the night, and I'm just going to continue with the list we've got. But yeah, with the situation, Renee, because of that dynamic, it's almost like he's not sure of himself, basically. And one of the things in the relationship dynamic is that he needs a lot of reassurance. And you're somebody who's pretty sure of themselves, and you have that expectation of others. And that's also another area that he would have to optimize fairly quickly in order to be able to navigate you, which would be a challenge for him. He would have to prioritize lots of places of himself that he wants to grow very quickly, basically. What's your tolerance and patience like? Because I know you've been working on those, but I know that the tolerance isn't what it used to be, but patience is still within reason. Yeah. This is interesting. Right, guys. Let's see. Sorry, let me make some room so we can put all of this good stuff into context for you as well. Right, okay, so guys, I want to understand then, right? Patience was a challenge for me. I do understand that I used to be that way. So it took me a while. So it kind of helps me step back a bit. That's good. That's good, because you're probably going to need some patience in navigating with him. Because if you can imagine, when he experiences feelings of regret, he regresses to age 0. Like, this stems from like suckling stage. So that's a lot. He wouldn't excite me for no reason. I know that's an expansion experience. There's an expansion experience there. Good. We're going to sort of dive in and see what the actual sort of guidance is in navigating through some of these things as well. Right. So, and this is something that I want to sort of put across. Why I said about the patience thing as well is because he is immature in ways. And when I say immature, I mean like he's dealing with premature development in stages, basically. Right. 100%, 100. This is all the stuff that you're going to learn, babe. You're going to bend your alpha female to refine her a little bit more, to fit and mold with how he actually responds to communication, because he doesn't respond to that alpha female stuff too well. Like, he just shuts down. He doesn't engage. He disengages. The way in which the dynamics of things actually is likely to play out is actually going to be on you and how you manage your temper and temperature of the conversation in the room. So yeah. I had to learn to stop being too patient that part scenario, trust me. The unbothered code. Guilty of that as well. Yep. Deep, That one's deep in my genetics still, I must say. But yes, so what do you guys advise our girl Renee? Thank you guys. That's what's up. Love that. I have tamed popping off, but I also feel it's necessary to an extent. Guys, I'm telling you. Listen, I'm telling you. Okay, so definitely, definitely. The thing is, as well, he likes a little pop, right? He likes a little pop. He just can't handle like large doses of pop just because of his emotional scar, right? That mummy connection thing. That's why he can only take it in small doses. So his tolerance isn't a lot, but he likes a little, it spices the pot a little bit, the food's not so bland, if you will, right? That full food for the soul that serves the soul a little bit, you know. But yeah, let's have a little look and see what they're saying in terms of navigating the situation. Okay. Right. Okay. Mm. Sorry, I'm just taking it in, yeah. Bear with me, sorry. Okay. Okay. Right. So, few things with the situation because they're saying in terms of navigating the actual undertone of scenes that would actually be playing out for you guys is the theme of the hanged man, right? So it's a case of, again, applied patience, right? It's like knowing when to apply patience. It's like when the universe plays Simon Says, but guess what? The universe pretends to be Simon, but you're the Simon. So you basically say what it is that you're supposed to be doing, but then you have to fall into alignment with what it is that you said that you were going to do. So you have to apply the right patience at the right time type thing. Otherwise, you get punished or penalized is probably the best way that I can put it. The universe penalizes you for you basically because these are your laws that sort of like put out there. But yeah, that's kind of the game when we're dealing with like the archetype of the hanged man theme in life, right? It's those moments where we know when to hold back on our manifesting. Like we've said that we're sort of like manifesting something and it has a certain sequence basically in terms of the pattern that manifests that thing, and then we go on the journey and then the sequence starts to pay out and the pattern starts to reveal itself, and then in places we want to force things where we're supposed to, I guess, submit to things. It's not really a push thing, it's more of a receive thing in those moments. So those are probably going to be the moments that you're likely navigating here. That's going to be the most challenging with the process for you guys in navigating through the situation, understanding where to find that right push-pull balance, right? They're also saying that it's a case of in navigating the space between the two of you guys, there has to be it almost some to some degree because of how much work you've done on yourself would feel a little bit like a challenge, I guess, for Joseph in the space, feeling like they're able to actually, you know, their growth and progress is seen as well. There's lots of things. Okay, so this may not be something that you do intentionally, but this is something that he is likely to experience in the space with you, a feeling of feeling like he's being spoken down to. I don't know. I don't know. Does mom tend to be condescending in terms of your mom? I'm speaking about in terms of her communication style sometimes, because I see that this may be the genetic genome, because I can see that it's not coming from a place of malicious intent, but it may be the genetic genome of mum who has this natural nature, um, sort of like speaking through you in those moments where you're trying to convey something, because you actually like are trying to sort of like, put someone on game. You're trying to give them like a hack. You're trying to give them a code. But the way in which it is executed, the expediting, because they're showing it to me, is like it's like UPS. Okay. You see how UPS be mismanaging posts? It's kind of like that, okay? The delivery then gets mismanaged, depending on how that aspect of the situation is, basically. So it can kind of like cause a bit of confusion when it lands. The spirit of confusion basically intercepts the channel of communication versus what you say and what is delivered, right? When she speaks down, it's always disrespectful. So it's not the same. I really be trying to help 100%. But this is what I'm trying to explain to you. This is a generational demon. So you, my love, because it's basically a genetic coding. Trust me, trust me. I myself have had to like, I'll be talking to someone and I'm like, how did that read to you? Because then I can tell that I don't mean to, but there is a tone in which, so the tone in which you are utilizing may indicate condescending, right? And because the tone that is being used is coming off as that's mom's spirit of condescension. Do you see what I'm saying? Update that, right? Just boop, quickly, okay? Like how Mario does. Take a mushroom. That's not what I mean, but you know what I mean, right? Grow, right? Update that programming, update that cellular construct, right? Yes. So you kind of have to see how we were speaking about, see how we were speaking about that soften, that's what we want to soften. We want to soften the tone. So delivery, we still want the delivery to have the same sort of like impact because we want it to land, right? But we want to soften the tone. So how it lands, it can land like a bullseye so that there's no discrepancy. It's not blurry in terms of what it is that you're trying to sort of like, convey. It kind of is what it is, that part. Okay. But yes, girl. There's some stuff going down. Final guidance, guys. What do you guys say on this situation with Joseph? What do you guys advise? Should she go for it? What do you guys say? Tell me. Okay. 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 So I guess the overall consensus. Okay, sorry, because you actually even said something else earlier, and I don't think I got to read that as well. If it's someone who's not really open to listening and talking over me, it becomes like a fight to speak up. So I usually stop. That's good. Exactly. Yeah, deeply embedded, girl. Trust me. Half the time I have to shake off some of my mama's demons and be like, bruh, told you, get off me. We spoke about this last time. I told you, just let me have this conversation on my own. I don't need you for this. Sometimes I have to like be out here with some of these demons like, look, I told you, I don't need, listen, the way that you would handle that situation and how I want to handle the situation is two completely different things. Like, let's not do that, okay? And then you got to rally the troops and then let that demon know, no, okay, Joy's got this today. Joy's decided that this is how we're going to manage this like adults. Calm down, 13-year-old self, because we was just about to regress to like teenage habits, basically. Okay. Bixby, get out of my business now. We're not doing this anymore.
I'm not sure what you mean.
I thought our relationship had changed, but it seems Bixby is still the same. She's still out here monitoring your girl. Anywho, I had that moment of conversation with myself about the way we feel is normal, of how we talk is actually from our surroundings 100%. Like, what if that's not really how I talk? So true. That part, it's just a condition. Like, it's just a condition because, like, half the time I'm like, no, the way that's not how I listen. Anger, you are not delivering that message today. Joy, you want to take one for the team? Because Anger's out here acting like that's the only way that I can communicate in this situation. Like, I literally have to have a whole conversation. It's a whole team sport. Okay. But yes, beautiful. So refine that, release that little demon, okay? Because it ain't even yours. That little condescending spirit is mama's. So shake it off and keep it pushing, girl. But the advice for you is that if you believe things in this situation would actually sort of like unravel itself over the course of the next few months, I think it's just one of those things where you guys are you will have to, obviously, you're consciously navigating through the process. You're going into it knowing the likelihood of how certain things will play out based on certain characteristics, character flaws, and attributes that you guys would be interacting with. So yeah, utilize that to your advantage. Do your work, I guess. If you want to sign up for the class with Joseph, the universe supports whatever decision that you, I guess, want for yourself. I'm not going to lie, you're going to have to deal with lots of what you perceive to be immature behaviors from time to time, and your patience will be tested. But you guys will both grow tremendously throughout the process, actually. He's the first guy I didn't want to step back from. Most of them I would have been like, bye. I said, no, I'm getting this one. Challenge and all. That's what's up. That's what's up. I love that. 100. Like, listen, you have to sit the class with someone. So, like, why not Joseph? You know what I mean? Some people's habits are worse than others. If his habits are tolerable, go for it, girl. Okay. When we talk about copacetic, it's about how much we can cope in that environment. Okay. And if the environment is enough for you to be able to cope mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, you got this. Enough said. Okay. I hope that was useful for you, though, Mama. We went all around the sun with that one. Right. Next, we have HH on the list. Are you in the room, HH? You still with us? Let me know that part, because I think you donated for a couple of questions. Yeah. Oh, that's okay, Renee. Thank you. I appreciate you. Hey, Theo. The free list is closed, my love. Donation list has only got one more spot open. Great, HH. Throw your questions at me and let's unpack it. Whilst you type, your girl's gonna. Okay, I'm gonna snack whilst you type. What do you guys think? I'm thinking about repurposing a lot of this content because I need to actually put a lot of this information out there. Just little things that I speak about when I'm actually doing these readings, which is actually pretty useful information to have, and I can't be asked to actually go over it again. But I definitely like to sort of dive into some things a little bit deeper, based on some of the stuff that we speak about in these spaces. because definitely useful. When I was processing rejection, I went right the way back to like being in the room, like literally being in the room. So these conversations are like super important to have. Okay, we've got HH's first question. Let's see and dive into it. Okay. Okay, HH. Let's dive into the energy cards. The guide said the energy cards. We're going to sort of dive into your first part of your question with that. And then we'll go to the second aspect with the tarot. Okay, guys. First question. What do you guys want to tell HH? Oh, so many thoughts. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Question to you. Is there someone you're crushing on at the minute? I have to ask you that question before we can dive into all of the details that they're sort of like outlaying about this situation. You crushing on someone in particular? And I have to ask that question, like I said, first, because they're sort of taking me into a context on something, right? Crushing. So is there somebody that you like? Basically, what I'm seeing is that they're speaking about somebody that you may have an attraction to. Yeah. Okay. They're speaking about somebody that may have an attraction to you. You might have an attraction to them, but it doesn't really seem to be anything in terms of a space of romance. I don't think that that's the focus, is what they're sort of like saying. They're saying for the most part with your situation, you're kind of like focusing on making sure that I don't actually really have an attraction towards anybody. This might be somebody who has an attraction towards yourself in that case, my love. And with the situation, they're sort of saying it's not your focus. So I get that. I get that. It's not your focus. So there's no room for anything like that, in essence. With the situation for you, I think they're sort of putting across that your thing is kind of maintaining your ability to kind of sometimes you kind of almost, I don't want to, it's kind of like you activate your invisible shield is probably the best way that I can put it, because that's the best way that they're putting it across to me. They're like, if anything, that's the one thing that they're saying that tendency or that trait that you're developing, cut that out respectfully, right? Cut that out, and I'll tell you why. Because they're saying that it's intercepting your tendency to be a quick thinker. So sometimes you're having, yes, as in quiet, yeah, sometimes you'll kind of like internalize. It's a little bit of a ticking time bomb as well. The reason why I say that is because as you do that, you're building forces of anxiety, basically. So find a better way to be able to communicate. And I hear you. You learn how to, you adapted to your environment, actually. That's what that was. You were actually very, like a very playful type personality. But it kind of started to got, how can I put it? That playful nature, that exercising of that playful nature started to get a little bit. You started to basically manage it in other people's spaces. Around about, I want to say 4, 5 is where I see that development starting to be a situation. So that's when you started to sort of like curb your voice a little bit. Manage that, because it's going to cause you some long-term issues if you continue to sort of like develop this process. It will kind of like cut you off from other qualities that are basically your strengths, and some of those strengths will eventually become your weaknesses in like 13 years from now, is what they're saying, right? Just basically when you kind of like get into these all of these little patterns at 3.5. That's around when I started preschool, actually. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Um, I would say that that quality is no longer serving. Okay. For HH, moving forward, 13 years into the future. Okay. Because future self, hashtag, is sort of telling present self right now, these are some of the things that you don't even need to be involved in terms of like the way in which you kind of like shrink basically to kind of adapt to your environment. Um, your wittiness, you're actually like super funny as well, very deep and intellectual, very philosophical as well. Nobody really gets to see, not to say nobody, but not enough people get to see some of these qualities of you, because of how that, I guess, aspect of yourself has been shaped. Um, it's not necessarily that you're just quiet, it's that you're an observer and you're very adept at observing as well. However, in the process of observing, the universe usually utilizes people in different ways, right? Um, yeah. I think that this is why they started off the conversation saying that this isn't about a romantic interest. This is about a self-love process. Um, oh, and you will, and you will. There you go. And you will. You will. It's your natural nature. It's your natural archetype. Your characteristic traits are designed to be exactly that. Hence, you have that desire, because it's your most proficient qualities that actually makes that role a possibility, right? Self-love. So what I mean by that is, in terms of the dynamics that you're navigating through as far as adjusting. But I heard that it's hard to get employed as a professor. Sure is right now. Future timelines, life is at a different level when we know how to navigate, because we're developing like a lot consciously. Get us, right? Hashtag humans are winning, um, because we're doing so well. By the time we get around to that space, challenge, yes. Impossible, no. Okay, so bear that in mind, right? You're naturally actually designed for a path like that, and you could very easily optimize on a path like that. This is why I'm giving you some of these hack or codes right now, in terms of some of the things that the guides want to speak to you about that could kind of like ensure that your path ahead is clear, right? Towards some of these goals that you have for yourself, some of these dreams that you're looking to execute for yourself, right? Um, so yeah, the it's not about dimming, it's about bending. So you don't have to dim in situations to basically or shrink pretty much to make other people feel comfortable. It causes you to take on too much. You're basically taking on the responsibility of managing those people's feelings in your environment as well. That isn't for you to do. They're, you know, responsible for their own feelings, quite frankly. What you are responsible for, however, is kind of like how you articulate. I do see that you, in what kind of social situations exactly? Okay, so sometimes when you're asked your opinion, um, if you think that what you have to say is going to hurt someone's feelings, you may not actually share what it is that you really think. You will kind of go with the general consensus instead, because that's easier to deliver than your actual truth. That's what I mean. Yeah. Let me know if that answered your question, because I can see that definitively sort of like developing your character. Yeah. And that I'm going to say this, there's nothing wrong with that, because it means that you're compassionate, right? But it's a case of managing. Depends on the person and context. 100%. 100%. So see, this is what I was just about to say. It's a case of managing those situations. And I'll tell you what I mean by this, right? You said it depends on the person and context. Utilizing the spirit of discernment within yourself, because that's what you're utilizing to exercise your presence of compassion in those instances, which is amazing, right? I know that you can read the room really well to sort of like know how to be able to kind of curb the dynamics. However, when you're dealing with a situation, some people pretty much have their own contracts with certain demons. I'm just going to keep it honest, right? Consciously and unconsciously. And depending on who that person is or how that person is, when you shy away or into certain situations, you kind of like form, for lack of a better way of putting it, you kind of formulate contracts with like their own narcissistic spirits. And then later on, as you get older, you kind of like continue to navigate through situations where the spirit of narcissism will kind of like move through other people in your orbit, to see if it can continue to feed or get a situation where it can have you negate your own feelings, so that it can basically continue to have you take on the responsibility of carrying somebody else's or processing somebody else's feelings in situations, right? So I'm saying all that to you to say that they're saying, beware of the shrinking violet, right? The shrinking violet would be the when the crown chakra, because when we kind of like, it's basically me fitting my opinion to fit others. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you have to manage that well, because if you don't, what will happen is that you will find yourself becoming somebody that you don't recognize, which is kind of you, but not really you. It's kind of you with lots of projected variants. It's kind of like a Frankenstein monster. You're in there because it's you that's kind of carrying all of these varying opinions, but it's not really you, because none of these opinions are your authentic actual thought process. It's actually other people's thought process that you took on. Do you see what I'm saying? So manage that. And even as I'm saying this to you right now, I'm planting the seed for you, because there's a point, actually around about 23, where what I'm saying to you right now will fully be processed, and it can actually be put into effect, and it's going to be important, I guess, for that timeline, where you'll actually find some of the releasing, I guess, of this particular spirit that seems to want to follow you around because of your natural good nature, to see where it can get an opportunity to feed. Like, for example, I have to do that a lot where I live because everyone here is religious, but I'm not. So I have to tell people something else. Uh, yeah. And I hear you on that. There's a spirit following. Mama, there's spirits everywhere. Where you're a spirit yourself, to be fair. Um, they're everywhere. It's in the like photons in the atmosphere. Even our thought process, a lot of the thoughts that we think are ours aren't really ours. They're just spirits communicating to us, actually. Um, yeah. When we think about a soul is actually an amalgamation of many spirits. It's kind of that's what makes a soul, actually. So spirits are just different characters, basically, that we tend to sort of play from through that thought process or that emotional processing. So as you kind of like navigate through your process right now, just do yourself well to manage that, because I know that for the nature of basically wanting to survive your environment, you want to, much like a chameleon, you want to be able to blend in to said environment to be able to survive. um, but be mindful of how much of yourself you change in order to be able to survive, because you want to be able to thrive after said environment is no longer, because nothing's constant. Where you are right now, the environment that you're in right now is a right now experience. It's not your forever. um so just bear that in mind. Okay, I guess that's the message for you. Because some of these things, eventually you will find yourself being restless, actually having to take on all of these, um yeah, all of these different situations that feels so far removed from who you feel you are and how you identify yourself in the collective. um don't know if my parents will let me after college, though. It's your decision, my love. It's a conversation. It's not necessarily. I'm going to rephrase that question, and say, as you're kind of going into this next walk. So this is kind of like what I'm sort of like speaking in context of being able to navigate that. The best place to actually start to exercise this is with the relationship with the parents as well, because if they can actually provide a safe space for you to be able to optimize this, it's naturally effective when you go outside the home to practice this behavior as well. But with the college situation, you want to move out, I would rephrase what was just said there and said, don't know if my parents would be willing to bless me making that decision for myself um, after college. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you're making the decision for yourself. It's a case of other people being respectful enough to bless that decision for you as well, by being able to honor it and accept it as a decision that you've made, just like you do for other people, by expressing your own like empathy and compassion. Oh no, it's like in our culture, adult children always live with their parents. And I get that. I get that. And that's the thing. You get to be able to break the mold, redirect things, shift things a little bit. Um, that's the story of what had been previously to HH, who in the future, 13 years from now, is bomb at being a philosophy professor. Okay, that part. They started by shifting their own philosophies and seeing how that shifted their reality. And that is what they actually teach their students. And that's what they utilize to inspire the hearts of their students 13 years from now. Hashtag future self. Okay, you don't need to hurt mama. It's already out there in the ethers. Your heart is already shaped in navigation towards that path most optimally. Okay. Hi, Jay. Sorry, free list is closed. One more spot on the donation list. Think I'm going to be closing that soon as well. Gonna read for the second question that you had as well. So second question, how do you see the senior year of high school playing out? The HH. Yeah, sorry, my love. Okay, how do you see senior year playing out? Oh, thank you. I really want to know things about it, actually. Yeah, we're going to dive into it, beautiful. We're going to dive into it. Put it into context for me. So far, we're actually sort of already starting with, like, if I'm going to get accepted into my dream school, we'll see how the actual process kind of unfolds in the context of it. Let's go. Okay. 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 Interesting. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm like taking in all of the insights. What I'm seeing on the cards with the situation so far is it feels like you kind of take the first couple of months to settle in. I want to say it's kind of like week 8, week 9, where it really starts to feel like, okay, I'm doing this, and it's actually going okay. There's sometimes sort of after about 4 months in where it feels very, very overwhelming. It feels like there's a lot of weight and pressure on, and there's almost the lack of willingness, almost. It's not like a thing, but there's almost like the devil testing, I guess, if you will. The devil's kind of like testing you to say, oh, do you want to kind of like just stop working this hard at what it is that you're doing? But you're very determined for the most part, is what I'm seeing with the situation. I don't know. You don't really seem like much of a social butterfly, right? You kind of, yeah, yeah, in January. I feel like that's really when things starts to feel a little bit more like, okay, the pressure's on. Okay. Okay. I know. That's what I'm saying. Honestly, that happens for you in the next chapter of your life. College is that experience for you. I think being away from your current environment actually allows for you to open up a lot more, or at least have room basically to kind of like spread your wings a bit. You know, it's kind of like a butterfly being like, you know, when you put the caterpillar in the bottle or whatever you're storing it in, and then it becomes a butterfly and it needs to be able to soar. It's kind of like one of those situations where you need enough room for your wings, you know. I wish I could be more social and myself around them. Yeah, and I get that, but I think you are what you are around them because that makes them feel comfortable. So you just get on with it like that. You know what I mean? It's strange because I'm expecting for a lot of pressure to lessen in November since that's when I'll submit my applications. Yeah, but the anxiety of finding responses, that's actually where things really start to pick up, you know. When are you guys expecting to hear back? I'm trying to be more social around them. And I think you should. I think obviously it's important for them to get to know who you are as well. I think it's important in the interaction that you guys have. Let me know when you actually are expecting to sort of get results in context so I can have a look in on that timeline. Okay. Well, I'm sensing that from around about that time, it's a little bit of like, it's like a little bit of tension. It's not like at the forefront, I guess, of your mind, but it's more kind of like at the back. Like I should hear back in mid-December to January. So that's probably why then. That's probably why. That's probably why it's the pressure that I'm sensing on that part of the timeline is probably to do with that. Let's see the decision, guys. How do you see that process playing out as far as the colleges? Okay. Oh, thank you. That was quick. Okay, for my dream schools and a few others that I'm applying early. Okay, love that. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, well, I'm trying to sort of like see it in context. Put it into perspective for me, guys. When you say this, okay. Right here. What does that mean? Thank you. Okay. Okay. And what is this referring to? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Couple of things. And I hate to kind of like put things out there, but you're asking these questions because you want to be, logical about navigating through the process. First choice may be a challenge. I think second choice actually is more likely. That's why you saw me here with the cards and I'm like shuffling, because I really wanted to understand the context of situations. Don't worry. I think there's a little bit of like sorrow for a minute with the whole first option situation or first choice. Second choice is just as good. Second choice is just as good, and I feel like it actually aligns a little bit better. The universe knows what it's doing, and I feel like I think with it might be a waitlist situation, because one of the things that I was seeing is that it will be a long wait list, though. It would probably be a long wait list, because one of the things that I saw is that there's no room. There was no room with that situation, and there's likely to be a long situation as far as the waiting list. So but the second choice seems to be a little bit. Yeah, I know. And I think that you do, you do well. I think it's just one of these things where, sometimes we want something and God knows what's on the other side of that thing. And God's like, I think this is probably a better situation for you. The force is like, this is the path essentially of least resistance for what it is that you want. It's kind of like when we're manifesting and we're like, oh God, I want this, and then we're like, we don't get to tell God how to like give it to us. We go and ask and let it be known that that's what we want, right? And that's the whole sort of like context of that. Like, I'm trying to email several professors and ask them a few questions, and you're doing a really good job. It's nothing on you. I feel like there's just a few different factors to the situation that may not all the way line up. And I think as well, for what it is that you want to do, I don't really see any better score than my first choice, if I'm being honest. And honestly, that's why I didn't even want to like dishearten you with the situation. I just have to be honest with you in terms of like what I see in terms of the situation playing out. It's not, I know you want that one and you so deserve it. It's just things aren't necessarily, it doesn't seem to be aligned for who you need to be versus what you want it to be in the situation. It's a little bit tricky. But I guarantee you, I promise you, like the choice that ultimately plays out for you with this one is actually more of a place where you'll be able to kind of, all these things that you're speaking about now, all these seeds that you're laying now in terms of like the dynamic of how you want to show up and present in your social settings, in your family dynamics, all of those things, the choice that actually sort of, I guess, comes to fruition is the choice that gets to support that girl coming into manifestation, that version of you coming into being. So I definitely feel like just watch the space with the situation. I wouldn't say stop doing anything that you're doing, because I don't want to deter you from anything that you're doing with the situation. You're doing a phenomenal job. I think it's other factors to the situation as well, why the universe has kind of like gently nudged you in the right direction. And what you're doing with that space, keep doing it. It's not going unnoticed. It's just, I think that there's a hefty little waiting list there as well. So yeah. What's the overall guidance in that case for H on the situation? Hey, Christina. Free list is closed. Donation list is open for one more slot, but I think we may be closing that soon. so that we can get the free list wrapped up as well. Okay. Yeah. I guess the overall guidance for you, my love, is no, that's okay. It's okay. It's all good. Hey, Jojo. Free list is closed. Donation list is open for one more slot. Could I just ask about that friendship at school again? Go for it. What about the friendship at school? Hmm. The next reading I get from you gonna be about hair dye brands because folks be getting swollen hairs. And I ain't trying to have that happen to me. I'm iffy about that. Girl, there's some other swollen heads. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm trying to talk to them, but I don't know. Will I be closer to them? The friendship dynamic. How do you see that playing out? Have a good night, Christina. Don't worry, my love. You too. Okay. Everyone's so comfortable with each other and joke around all the time. I don't know if I'll have that. Oh, even though everyone's probably, I've only been in their grade for 1 year now. It's my second starting this school year. Okay. Okay. Let's see how it's going to play out for you. Okay. Hmm. I've been really quiet last year, and I know that you're trying to come out of your social bubble, I guess, with the situation this year. And that's nice. I just don't know if it's a little bit too little too late, if I'm honest with you. Just looking at the cards, I've got literally all the cards are introverted. Every single card is basically reverse. So a lot of this energy is a desire that doesn't fully manifest itself. It doesn't fully culminate into like, a physical reality for you. What I do see happening with the situation, however, is, you become a lot more sure of being able to just be yourself in situations and not really sort of like overthinking it too much in terms of being too practical. Sometimes very practical to the point where you get like almost impractical. Sorry, my hair's kind of tickling my neck. So it's one of those situations where when you kind of do that, right, you find it to be a little bit of a struggle. You find it to be a little bit of a struggle. One of the things that I am seeing with the situation as well is that I don't know that they actually want to venture down this road per se. They seem to be, yeah, they seem to be in a different space. They seem to be in a different space. So it's probably like starting from scratch now. Yeah, if I'm honest. It is like starting from scratch now. No lie. But yeah. Hey, Ellie. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, and there's only one spot left on the donation list, which may be closing probably within the next half an hour, actually, if I don't get it filled, so I can get back to the free list and finish it up. I would say yes, but also respect the space and respect yourself as well. There doesn't really seem to be like too much reciprocity that's going to come your way in that space, if I'm honest with you. So yeah, keep trying until you feel like you don't have the capacity to try anymore. And don't go beyond that point because you might just have regrets later on if you do. Okay. But I hope that that was all useful for you, my love. And also, touching because there's a room that everyone sits in. The space in your future situations where you're out of these environments, you're a different you. Let yourself mature over the course of the next few years. You really get to like see yourself, and as you kind of like take yourself out of these environments and allow for yourself to kind of like get to know who you are, because it's like the more that you're able to be yourself, the more you find out about yourself, right? Because you're actually learning that version of yourself versus the version that's a little bit whitewashed, for lack of a better way of putting it. It's condensed, right? To be able to fit in the environment. Give yourself a few years. You're in a completely different space socially, and you're a different type of person socially in that space as well. Okay, you get your social butterfly moment. It's not like big as what most people would want to think their moment should be, but for you it's big enough to where you feel like you've made significant changes on the version that you are today. So we love those updates for you. That part. I hope that that was useful for you, though. And we're going to go into scenarios reading next, I guess. Yeah, we're going to go to scenario next. And then let me start that list. Yeah, so here we are. We're going to move to scenario. Then we're going to go back onto the free list. We've got Sammy, Foxy, SK, Mina, So Amazing, Dottie, Amber, and Kay. Wow, the free list is practically still like on the same numbers. So we're going to move through. I think I am going to close out the donation list actually, because we've got like 9 and on the free list alone. Take care, my love. You enjoy your night as well. Let's go. Let's go get it, scenario. I love the way you just ready for me. Okay. So. Oh, thank you, Mina. Yes, girl, you are definitely ready. I love that. Can I get a read on Jason? And I like, what does he want? What was our connection about? Basically, a general reading about the connection. Okay. let's dive into it and see for you what that was. Okay. And then, if you guys bear with me, I'm gonna like finish up my little snack and come back. We're gonna have like a little 5 minutes intermission, y'all. Okay. Just give me a second and then I'm going to come back to the free list. I don't know. Let's also start confirming who's still in the room from the free list as well. Let's see if Sammy's here. I know that Ari was here earlier at some point. I haven't seen SK. I don't think I've seen SK the whole time. We've been live actually. So amazing. I haven't seen for a while. Dottie, I don't know if they're still around. Amber, I know Kay pops in and out because she knows how we do over here. So yeah. Okay, so guys, what's the tea on the situation with Jason? Talk to us. We want to know. Okay, Dottie, good to know that you're here. Okay, good. Right. You are definitely making sure that you claim that spot. We want the tea, girl. You know how this be. Okay, so interesting. Break it down for me. What? Ooh. Okay. Oh. Thank you. Girl, this was interesting. Okay. I couldn't have said it better myself. Listen, trust me. Same for me as well, right? When I put it out there, I'm like, it's like drum roll, and you're like, pretty bad. Okay, so interesting. Oh wow. Okay. Couple of things with Jason, right? Breaking bondages, right? That was one of the themes for you guys with the hands be twitching. Trust me, guys. It's just preempting the whole thing, right? Spirits always be trying to come and nosy in. Do you know what happens, right, guys? Like when I'm out here and I'm like doing my readings and stuff, it's like I become a little beacon in spirit, and then like other spirits start to come and try and look in my window at me to try and like suss the situation to see if they can get their human in the space as well. And I'm like, there's no space. We got no room. And then my guides have to like, you know, be security out here and buck up. I'm sorry, that was so weird. That was a weird little spirit as well. See, I literally, this is why y'all are my people. This is why y'all are my people. Because in having that conversation with like other people, girl, my curtains is closed. That's why I was like trying to look behind to see. Well, technically, my curtains isn't closed because my netting's there, but I could see the little. Maybe looking like, should I get my human? Is there room? No, you can't. There's no room. You can't get your human. But no, that's funny. That part, right? That part. Scenario. Let's unpack it, girl. So, right. Hi, Janet. Unfortunately, the free list is closed. The donation list is practically closed as well because, yeah, we've got a lot Like, come talk to me and give me the tea. Yes. Okay. That's exactly how it is. Because sometimes spirits are like proper trying to like get some of their communication through to their human, but the humans like so in their conscious mind that they're not able to hear and compute certain things that they're communicating. So when they find somebody who is like traveling through their conscious and unconscious, they love to just like attach, attach. But yeah, with the situation with Jason, right? Um, oh, thanks, Janet. It was a whole it is so precious. It was a whole little how can I put it? Okay, so it was a patent update. He was here. Okay, so he was sent, if you will, to be able to elevate the learning process. There was something that was going on in terms of the dynamics here as well. I think it was kind of like assisting you as well with learning how to manage your tendency to be a bit hesitant, I guess, to kind of like lean into possibilities when it comes to like romantic connections. I think the universe was just kind of like testing you to kind of see like, okay, you say you're open, let's really see if you're willing to be open if something sort of came up and caught you in a moment that was least expected, right? One of those unexpected moments is kind of like when the universe does those. You're like, I wasn't ready. That was just cruel. But you know, it's like those delayed karmas as well, like those delayed things that you've been praying for and praying for and praying for because you've been navigating through so many layers of resistance for those things. You start to forget that you were even praying for those things or what it was that you prayed for. And then all of a sudden, that prayer starts to come true, if you will, in terms of like timing, right? But no, it's interesting because the whole point of these scenes was to see how you were going to be efficient and methodical in the process. It was to see how to manage that hesitancy because the hesitancy is telling you something, right? And it's a case of being able to kind of like manage that whole process. Hey, Mr. Clark Kent, right? What's happening? Um, but it's a case of managing that whole process as far as how you kind of how much you give and when you pull back because that's all it is. It's a dance, right? It's a dance in terms of the romance dynamic. And I think in this space with them as well, what I'm seeing is that their tendency to be a little bit demanding was some of the things that you were breaking away from. You know, that that situation was confirmation to the universe that you pretty much sorry, I'm seeing Sam's put her question out, so I'm starring that for when I'm ready to go back and grab and get back to the free list. But you basically told the universe that you were done with that pattern of basically dealing with people who would demand certain things from you, like just that entitled spirit. And I'm not saying that he was solely entitled, but that was definitely one of the areas that, like, the interaction with you and him did help you to optimize that. You were very clear that that's not a dynamic that you would engage in the same way. And you were quick with the turnaround on that situation. So I believe that that pattern has been updated within this space. Now, let's put it into context in terms of What does he like? What does he want? Firstly, sorry. Let's codependency. Okay, so some codependency. Okay, what he wants is a codependent relationship dynamic. Let's have a look. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. He doesn't necessarily want to. He doesn't necessarily want to actually like. Yeah. Why he keep bothering me? Well, the thing about it is that he doesn't actually want to heal any of the stuff. I think he wants to base it. Okay, I don't want to do that. I don't because I can't say that to be like the entire truth. There's a big part of him, generationally speaking, like his generational demons, right? Daddy issues type thing. Made it a bit of a chat. He doesn't even really know why he's going so hard to actually like get your attention and focus and stuff like that. It's kind of like going over his head a little bit. But I can see that he is trying to figure out, I guess. Yeah, generational girl, whole generational. It's like the thing with the generational entities, right? Is like, I mean, it's kind of us, but it's not. You know what I mean? It's kind of him, but it's not, you know? That's how I feel as well. Because when I see I'm like, ugh, cover that, put that away. You know, like when like male dogs accidentally expose themselves, um, like because they just tend to be like a little bit excitable about something. Like that's how I feel about like generational demons. I'm like, put that away. Nobody wants to see that. Okay? Have some decency. We're in public type thing. Yeah, because I don't get it. He doesn't know me like that. No, he does not. He does not. It's interesting though. Yeah, he doesn't really want to do anything. Like I said, this situation seems like it was more of you navigating through the knock type dynamic, trying to show up through this person where it's just like basically an entitled spirit. So the knock is like a whole setting. When I break it down and stuff, it's just even like you see me doing all this, it numbs my mind because it's just such a big thing. But that's one of the biggest generational demons that we carry, I guess, in this species of humans. So yeah, that situation was for you to be able to kind of like be definitive and assertive about your path and what you're doing and why. You know, sometimes people can be a little bit overzealous and they kind of just project and push and push and push to the point where it kind of pushes a button mentally as well and psychologically. But you didn't necessarily allow that. I think I don't even think he even realizes that he tends to be that way. I think he's just so used to being entitled that that's just normal behavior. Um, how do you feel about the situation? Because I'm going to unpack actually whilst you answer me that question. I'm going to unpack a little bit more about what the connection's about in context, right? What is the connection about? Okay, thank you. Oh. Okay. Okay. One of the things that they're saying as far as a connection, um, they're saying that it wasn't necessarily, I guess, about the walking away process with this situation. It was more about practicing where one's placing love, or how one's placing their love and focus, where you're placing your energy, essentially. This wasn't necessarily about just deciding definitively to walk away. It was more a case of, this isn't really a place that I want to sort of place my energy. It doesn't feel like a place where my energy is going to be preserved and, fueled. If anything, it kind of like felt like a place where my energy would very easily be depleted. And you kind of responded to the situation accordingly. So kind of is what it is. Don't know what to say on that one. Yeah, interesting. But this was a good little test for you, because I think that the dynamics with him definitely helped you to be able to update the previous pattern that was going on. Whatever was being told about how you're engaging with these, dynamics and how they're showing up or whatever, you're not necessarily letting an entitled person continue to be entitled in your life to get access to not just you, but certain aspects of yourself. He's in another state and wants to meet in his state. Why? Damn, girl. Okay. Definitely very demanding, isn't he? Okay. Why does he want to be in another state? Okay. Why don't you want to go? Okay. Interesting. Hmm. It's interesting. So one of the aspects of the situation, I guess, again, it just kind of comes down to the fact that it's easy. It's easy. It would have been an impulsive trip, and as a Virgo, that's not my thing. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? We apologize to each other. Yeah, it's more kind of a case of him kind of like wanting things on his terms. I'm not being funny, but obviously he lives all the way out there. That's just the way that the situation is. That's the way the dynamics is that you guys are navigating. And I think that if anything, for the most part, I think it kind of like gave this impression that he was trying to make an effort, and by way of the variables, things just couldn't manifest itself, and that made it easier for him to go with that aspect or that story about the situation, as opposed to actually, you know, making an effort, I guess, to see you. It was just a nice enough excuse, basically. It's probably the best way, because I think deep down, I guess, uh, one knows that it probably wasn't necessarily likely. Um, Yeah, I don't know that this is something that has the potential. I don't know if it grows legs, basically. I think it just stays a seed, to be honest, a thought process, an idea at best. But as far as like really being able to come into manifestation as something, too much drifting. Nothing gets solidified. So, yeah, that's what I'd say on that situation, my love. Unfortunately, what would you guys advise her then? What would you guys advise our girl Scenario? Thank you. Oh. Hmm. Oh, thank you. Okay. They're saying with this one, it's not even about meditating on the answers or anything like that. It really is just one of those situations where it's an unlikely the stars haven't necessarily aligned for this situation to really kind of like play itself out. And honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, God didn't send him, the devil did. Respectfully. What I mean by that is the devil was utilizing him to see what he could tempt you with in terms of like, how can I put it? Like I said, this person was basically here to see if you would go back into contracts with entitled spirits. The devil just so happened to find a really nice, charming Casanova to basically play that role and activate that agent. But yeah, sorry. Spared yourself a bullet. All right, let's have a look at the other. Laura said, "Ew." Trust me, Mama. I feel the same way half the time. Oh gosh. Oh. No, and you shouldn't. Don't feel bad. I think obviously, you're getting an opportunity to be able to update stuff in your own experience. And that's what's up. I love that for you. Like I said, God was giving away. Okay. Hashtag better lives. And we can all decide which ones we're picking. So kudos to you for choosing a better life. Right. We want to have a little bit of an understanding of the romance situation as well, guys. Let's take a look into that space, shall we? The romance class. Not romance, finance. My bad. They were like, we just did that. My bad, guys. Y'all know what I meant. Come on. Finance class, guys. Oh, there's a transition? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mm. Mm. You're funny. You're funny, beautiful. Interestingly enough, one of the things that they're showing me with this finance class dynamic that you're navigating through, right? They're saying that the lack of clarity is actually what's stagnating certain produce in terms of the finance situation. They're saying that for some reason there's like lots and lots of not lots and lots of like creativity as such. Sorry, I'm gonna ask for some assistance to be able to deliver that context. But that Yeah. Okay. 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 So they're saying that you're dealing with a lot of delayed karma at the minute when it comes to the finance situation. There's, are you all the way clear in terms of what you're doing to tap into these resources of finance that you're trying to obviously pull in finance to come from? Because they're showing me you have at least 5 portals open at the minute, but you're not really doing enough in each of these spaces because of a lack of clarity in terms of how to get all of them flowing collectively together. The hell no. What was the hell no to? Gosh, I can't keep up. Yeah, okay, you're confused. Yeah, that's the thing that's actually holding everything up, the lack of clarity. Yeah, the lack of clarity, mama. I'll tell you what. So they're saying you have at least 5 active portals. There are 5 seeds that you've already started planting. All you've got to do is nurture these seeds. You've got to water the seeds, talk to the seeds. So with the confusion that you're having, right? Because you're having the confusion, it's then manifesting in like procrastinating behavior. It's so much happening, so much going on, so many things I can do, and I got to be patient. Like, what? I hear you. I hear you, right? I know that there's a lot going on. It's not even a case of being patient with this situation. I think with what's taking place with you in context, they're saying that the aligning of everything, I get overwhelmed so easy. Anything on working with the family business. Let's dive into that because they're showing me that. Okay. Do you know the 5 areas that they're speaking about? Because I think when I spoke to you previously, I could sense maybe about 3, but it feels like there's been a development. So I'll definitely look into the family business situation. Family business, guys. What do you guys sort of see with this one? Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. This just seems to be your theme. Your theme. Listen, your theme for like finance class, girl, just seems to be Ace of Cups energy because we've got that at the bottom of the deck for the previous deck of cards. I don't know about 5. I know, but they're saying that there's at least 5 portals that are available at the moment. That's why I'm trying to sort of like clarify because I felt the same. I'm like, 5? Don't you guys mean 3? They're like, no, 5. But yeah, obviously, in terms of sorry, I know that there was like 3 that there's potentially one more thing coming, which is probably likely to be the one thing that basically brings everything else together. Interesting. Okay. Clarify, put this into perspective. Damn, there's 5, girl. I just counted. Oh shit. Look at us over here telling spirits wrong. I'm like, huh? That's too funny. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. What was so funny as well is that at the same time, it was almost like they were like KMT and then just dashed the cards and gave it to me. Damn, girl. Put some respect on my name. That's the theme of the universe this week. The spirit just said, put some respect on my name. Okay. Oh, that was too funny. That is hilarious. Like, why would I lie to you? That's what humans do. Thank you for confirming though, because I could have sworn I was like, 5, what you mean? I thought there was 3. But no, clearly the spirit knows best, right? Better than we do, because we're clearly not even keeping track. That is too funny. Sorry, I'm like literally making room because there's quite a few cards here. And I tuned out listening to the downloads whilst I was like making some room and storing the cards as well. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So, what I'm seeing with the situation, right, they're sort of saying with the family business dynamic, couple of aspects to the situation. This is a short-term thing. Are you thinking about it? Are you giving it like some real active thought? Are you leaning into the idea? And I have to ask this question because obviously, as things pan out, it's a momentary situation. It's something kind of like a trial. Yeah, yeah. That's what it feels like. It's a short-term situation. It works out. It works out. I think it's a challenge initially. I know. I was about to say. I was just about to say beautiful. I was like, it's a challenge initially, but you find your feet with it. I tell you. You start to speak in a different way. I know it's very time consuming. I know. I think it's one of those things where, unfortunately, this is just one of those baggage, if you will, that you have on your, I guess, assignment list. You know, unfortunately, it just kind of like comes with like the lineage baggage territory type thing. You kind of have to pick that up and carry it for a little bit. But I think it's a great place as well for you, the way that they're putting it, to be able to kind of navigate through figuring out how to be able to get your voice heard in a different dynamic, because one of the things that you're very good at is being able to execute on certain things, and I think that this is where some of your talents will be able to shine through. And being able to utilize this little opportunity actually gives you some leverage to have a voice more that's kind of heard in this space, because you perform this situation so well. Actually, this is where you actually get some authority, I guess, in your tone when it comes to family dynamics. It's a challenge, I'm not gonna lie. I can see that there's no rest. It's very, very, listen, girl, this is what you have in terms of the present forecast, okay? I know that they do try to like downplay you a lot, actually, because they tend to be quite condescending towards you in certain situations as well, because they know that you're so much more than how things kind of like pan out in certain instances. But you guys do get to a place where, I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't feed your spirit, but it's not hostile moving forward. Like the tension and the conflicts that you guys kind of like feel and are potentially working through right now isn't necessarily there by the end of this class, I guess, that is presenting itself by way of opportunity. Um, so yeah, it doesn't necessarily last. I think I want to say the first 5 weeks of it is probably the most challenging. How short term is the short term on this timeline that we're thinking about as far as the family business? Answer me that in terms of that timeline. And then we're going to close out the space with the angelic guidance for you. I'm sure I saw Ash at one point as well in the chat, right? Sorry, random side note. I just got that download. I think I'm picking that up. As soon as I can leave. I even applied to be a flight attendant. I'm trying to go. Oh, you're funny. Okay. Okay. And I hear you there as well. Okay. Give me a timeline on this situation then. Just need the opportunity, and creating my own opportunity is challenging right now with no clarification. And I hear you on that, because that's exactly the thing that is basically causing the stagnation of these like quantum leaps onto these timelines, right? So, okay. What is the question? Because I want to help out to get some clarity on. Okay, guys. How long do you see the family business situation playing out for? How much longer do you see that being like a factor in this space? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Okay. 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 Well, what's the timeline for the change? Okay. Because it takes. Thank you, Sammy, for putting your question back out there as well. I wasn't sure if you were still in the chat as well. It takes, because it takes so much to go into one business, and let alone multiple, even if they do tie into each other 100%, 100%. The uncertainty of me getting stability is what leaves me confused as well, naturally, because that's the code you're still trying to figure out in terms of like how you see it. And then again, naturally, as a Virgo, logical kick in, and kind of like, when you leap, you want to make sure that you can land, basically. So again, unless all those variables are actually aligning, the natural Virgo that you are would need to reserve the right to actually move and act. But yes, what I do want to say with the situation, they're saying that this stuff actually takes a I took multiple naps in between, prayed in between, and thinking of what to eat in the breakfast now. Mine has gone haywire for some odd reason. That's okay. That's okay. That's all good. Because my faith in that sector. I think this is interestingly enough. So between 3 to 5 months was the timeline that they gave me, and the reason why there's a 2 months gap again in between that space is because of a lot of indecision. So that's something that you're going to have to navigate through along the way. I feel like even with that 3 to 5 months timeline, I think that you basically make a decision on something 3 months from now, and it takes you a further 2 months to really actually like execute on those situations. And it's a challenge. How does it actually sort of like pan out then 3 months from now? Give me that. Okay. Okay. And then 5 months turnaround. Okay. We want to say in about 5 months, guys. Sorry, my pet cat in spirit is having strange, yes, but yeah, my cat who passed back in 2016 is basically causing a little bit of a ruckus in my bedroom. Yeah, random. But yes, I 5 months is really where the shift changes in terms of the financial resources that you have access to as well. 3 months from now, you'll get a pivot start to happen, and the turning point occurs around about month 5. Okay, because that's what I really wanted to clarify. I wanted the timelines. But yeah, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you. Damn, so much going on. Thank you for your question as well, Sam. I am just going to grab something to eat because I'm a little bit peckish. And then we're going to get back to it as well. That's okay, Scenario. Thank you, beautiful. Sorry, I'm just laughing about when Spirit literally, when we had that situation with the 5, like the 5 thingies, and we was both like, no. Spirit just KMT and just dashed the cards. It was like, listen, I wasn't asking, I was telling. No, the donation list is closed, beautiful. We're not going to keep it open. We're going to go straight through the free list, and we're going to navigate through that for the rest of the night. And we're going to try and get out of here within the next few hours. Definitely closed. Okay, so this is where we're going to be. This is what we're going to be doing. Who's still here from the free list? I know Sammy's here. Mina's clearly here. I don't know if Ari's here. SK I haven't seen in a while. Dottie was here as well. And then Amber. I haven't seen in a minute either. I know Kay might pop back in at some point as well. So while you guys confirm who's still in the room to get their readings, I'm going to be back 2 secs. I've got the question starred as well, so I'm gonna pop it on. Right. And give me 2 secs. Let me pop to the loo as well. That part. That they know how it goes. You know, we got you never know how long the reading's gonna last, how long I'm gonna be in that channel, so I get it. Bear with me though, guys. I'll be back. Right, here we got Sammy's here, Dottie's here. Oh, so did I, Dottie. Me and you was on that same wave. Okay, so we're gonna go with Sammy and Dottie's Sammy, Mina, and Dottie. We're gonna go in that order. And then whoever else pops back into the room, they could get a read. Yeah, just for now. I've still got the old list as well. Let me make sure I've started. Yeah, I've got the old list as well. In between Sammy and Mina, we've got Ari and SK. Haven't seen SK, so it's whether Ari comes back in time. And then after Mina, we've got So Amazing. Haven't seen her in a while, so I doubt she's going to be back. I'm not sure. But then if she does, it's Dottie's go. Amber hasn't been back in for a while as well. And then it would be Kay. Oh, So Amazing. You kept that quiet. Damn. Oh, you came back just in time. Just in time. I mean, it's not your go, but we're updating the list. So we have Sammy, Mina, So Amazing, and Dottie. So Amazing was right. Surprise! That's why I'm so amazing. That is too funny. But yes. Oh, I should have got a snack. I'm gonna grab some cheese puffs after this one. Oh, okay. Let's talk about it, guys. Any messages for our girl Sammy? Did you see how she did that? That was so amazing. Hashtag so amazing. Right. Messages for Sammy that she needs to know. What are you guys advising? Okay. This is it. I wasn't ready, Dottie. You're funny. You're funny. That one tickled me. Because Loki, I'm very much with dark humor. Right? You're definitely so amazing for a reason, beautiful. That was funny. That tickled me, the way that you just popped in when we were like literally I just called your name. But no, that was funny. That's okay, beautiful. That was much needed. I liked the joke. We're all a little bit, you know, we're okay with the dark humor over here to some degree. Right. Okay. Sammy. So one of the things that the guides were saying, oh, sorry. That update sent shivers through my spine. Receiving that download. Okay, so this is a time. Yeah, we're all a bit dotty here, trust me. 100%. It's for you, Sammy, what they're saying is right now is a time to be able to kind of like fall back, basically. You've done what you needed to do with everything, as far as the preparation for certain partnerships that you're trying to sort of like align. It's right now, it's almost like you're navigating through some sequences of unlikely air, is probably the best way that I can put it. Right. And in these sequences, oh, Ari's here as well. Welcome back, Ari. Okay, there you go. See, look at that. There we go. There we go. Mina, so amazing. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I'm going to go back to the list and see. Listen, there's definitely been some popcorn for the watchings. So, Sammy, they're saying that right now, the energies, there's a little bit of unlikely air with certain partnerships. So now is the time for you to be able to sort of fall back and think about certain situations methodically, right? So that you can, thank you, Mina. Thank you. I was going to come back to it as well to sort of like clarify, but you managed to sort of sort it out. So you're good. I don't know about SK and Amber, but I think K might pop back in at some point as well. But we'll keep them there in their respective places for now. Because we know K is more likely to sort of pop back into the room at some point. But yes, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Mina. And enjoy breakfast, BTW. But yeah, they're saying that the climate's very volatile right now. So during this season that you're in with some of these partnerships, there's three particular situations that you're trying to navigate through in terms of partnership spaces. Any idea what these three things are? I have to put it back to you in terms of that context, because they're saying you're going to be pulling back your energy in certain places to be able to focus into one channel. So I want to sort of understand, do you grasp what the three channels, the three partnerships or three areas of relationships maybe that you're sort of navigating through some changes, I guess, at this junction? There's a lot of volatility though. It feels like being at a traffic light that just keeps like, it's almost like there's so much traffic ahead of you and you're at the traffic lights, right? And the traffic lights has changed a few times, but there's so much traffic ahead of you. You're kind of like kept where you are type thing. And that becomes a bit of a challenge for you in navigating as well with the situation, right? Okay, talk to me, guys. Put it into context. What are some of these partnerships? I don't know if Sammy's typing, but I want to get some clarity. Thank you. Okay. 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 One of them's romantic connection. The other one's a family situation. And the other one seems to be in terms of career. So these are some of the areas that you're sort of like navigating through. Yeah, that's fine, Ari. You can go ahead and post. You're good. Okay, okay. Hot and cold. Hot and cold. So the romance area is definitely being let go because that area is far too volatile. Family areas being let go as well. There's a particular dynamic in terms of the family situation that is causing a little bit of stress. That focus is being, not that it doesn't matter, but it's not, it's almost like the universe is like, you've got bigger fish to fry type thing. So your attention's being called to focus mostly or solely on the career path. And let the other things go. Like, so some of the worries that you're kind of like carrying from the romance space and the family dynamics, you kind of need to let some of those things go because they're causing, you see what I was speaking about, the traffic ahead. Those are some of the things that that's referring to. Like it's causing a bit of a build up on aisle 5. It's causing a bit of a build up, right? Where it's almost like you've got moments of green lights where you can go, but because of the traffic ahead, you're not able to get anywhere. So it's almost like the car's still running, but you can't actually move, even though it's a green light as well. So what they're saying with the situation is this prioritizing of like focusing your perception, right? The romance stuff, you haven't got the capacity for it at the minute, emotionally, to be able to sort of like process the conflicts that comes in those types of dynamics and situations. So at the minute, that's not necessarily the focus. That's a stalemate. It's like, can live with or without it. And then there's the other situation, which is the family dynamics, where there's one person in particular that kind of like is rubbing you a little bit. There's two people, but there's one person more so than the other that rubs you a little bit. And it can be a little bit, it takes a little bit of your mental capacity, focusing on some of the combat, some of the battles that you've kind of like endured with that particular person. The universe is kind of saying to call back your attention in these places. Yeah, call back your attention in these places. It's almost like the devil is trying to utilize these things as distractions to basically call your focus elsewhere, because you're focusing on like the career path mostly that has been like you've been putting in energy there, and it's like you're at the place where the seeds that you've been planting is just about to start seeding, like, you know, when it starts to sprout just a little bit above the dirt, you're just about to start sprouting because you've rooted and now you're about to start sprouting. And yeah, the devil's just trying to find any bloody agent to come at you. Basically, he's just activating anyone with a bit of a dislike to come at you, to kind of like have you guys be at loggerheads in terms of certain situations. So yeah, manage your focus. Now is precisely the time to manage your focus, because you're not far off. What you're navigating through and towards, you're kind of like a 3-week away type situation. And I feel like that's why this is kind of like trying to grab your attention, basically, so that you can cripple yourself with this process, basically, because the only thing that the devil can do now is pretty much rob you of your joy so that you can basically start to manifest things that are more a vibrational match to where he can continue to feed, for lack of a better way of putting it. So yeah, let those two battles aren't really, they're important, right? But the resolutions for those things aren't right now. They'll sort themselves out later. Right now, over the course of the next few weeks, the focus is on the career situation. That's the main goal and intention. Okay. And what do you guys advise? Sorry, what do you guys advise our girl Sammy overall? In navigating this space. Okay. You're crossing a path towards something better, where you're not dealing with so many hard no's. You know, things does become a lot better, and you can, I guess, at that point, there's a little bit of a disregard for the consequences on the other side. You know, you can kind of like deal with those issues when you get past this type of dynamic. They're saying this is one of the aspects where it's okay, basically, to take disregard for certain consequences in those instances, because some of those situations, it's not about you. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's about the people that you're having to navigate through those partnerships with. Like I said, the one family member, the one dynamic in terms of like romance and kind of not necessarily being open or having the capacity for anything along those lines at the minute. But you're moving towards your something better. Okay. I do still live in the UK. Absolutely. Absolutely, Dottie. I hope that was useful for you, though, Sammy. Yeah, I hope that was useful for you. Really trying to take your focus Just keep the focus, maintain the focus for like 3 weeks and 4 days. I am tired. I am tired. That's generally how this works. I keep going until the list is done. Oh, what time is it in Ireland? I am a night owl. I tell people all the time, I'm like a spider. I'm nocturnal. I come alive at the night time. That's what my neighbor can't stand me. Oh, that's so funny. But no, I hope that does give you the clarity that you're looking for as well, Sammy. Okay. Oh, my ass was literally here on Google. Look, I was asking Ireland. I don't know if y'all can see. I was about to ask the time. Yeah, no. I'm generally like that, to be fair. 3 o'clock is usually my bedtime. I don't know why. My body kind of like, I'm like, oh, it's late enough or early enough or yeah, one of the two. But past that time, that's when I start to feel like, oh my God, it's late. Prior to that, it's like, oh, it's getting late. So yeah, I don't know, it's a thing. But let's go and dive in. I think Ari's presented her question already as well. Right, let me get my one last little cookie, Ari. Okay, so okay, guys. Now that you guys nice and fed, did you guys see that one little mini cookie? These are usually the snacks that I get for my nephews for when we hang out. Love it. Thank you, Sammy. Beautiful. Okay. Let's talk about Ari's next date. How do you see that going? That was funny. Okay, so Ari's next date. Oh, yeah, I felt that one. Not gonna lie, beautiful. Just gonna keep it completely true with you. They're a little bit more reserved. The dynamic. There's attraction, but there's not connection. The chemistry's a little bit off, I guess, in terms of like how you guys engage in the space. Definitely a sweet guy, nice person, quite polite, well mannered. You guys just, there's something missing. There's something missing. They seem to be a little bit, reserved. And I don't think that impresses you much, basically. And for those reasons, That's like the end when Mario dies. That's what happens. Okay. Then cue Ariana Grande. Thank you. Next. Thank you. It's kind of like that kind of scene. It's very quick, flashing scenes, the way that they're putting it across to me. It's unfortunate, I guess. Yeah, I think you guys are curious about the natural attraction that you guys have. And wanting to explore that's great, but it fizzles before it even really starts, to be honest. Yeah. I think as well, because you're quite outgoing naturally in nature as well. Um, he seems like he doesn't really know how to present himself to you. So I think he misrepresents himself because he's not that reserved. I think he just kind of overthought the situation himself as well when that timeline comes. Yeah. But a nice guy, like I said, opens doors, tries to make you laugh, wants to make sure that you're okay. Yeah. Let's see if we can. It doesn't really manage to get anywhere. Like I said, it's kind of like a lost opportunity. Um, Talk to me about the boyfriend. Oh, why is that though? Why did it not? Okay, the thought is nicer than the actual experience of. Okay. But I think he misrepresents himself. Sorry, I'm like literally full on here having a whole conversation with my guys. But I hope you're keeping up with me, Ari. So I was kind of like pleading the case of, what is it? Because, like, what is it that seems to be the situation as to why the connections not moving anywhere, and what is this pattern? I was trying to understand that really. So forgive me, but I wanted to get a little bit more insight into that because I know that it seems like there's an attraction there, but the chemistry just doesn't seem to be chemistrying. It's all a bit like, oh, I wonder. So that's why I was asking questions to see if I can get some clarity. But let's go and have a look at the boyfriend situation, guys. Boyfriend situation. Thank you. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So, boyfriend situation. It's interesting because the way that I saw this one was it's like, again, what one would perceive as luck, but it's delayed karma, right? You've been putting it out to the universe for a while about what you want in a partner and all of these good things. And I think that that is something um, that comes when you're out of the environment that you're in. Because for all intents and purposes, like, I don't see this person. It seems like you're um, on your own. not on your own, but you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem like you have the same dynamics as your now situation, basically. They too have a little bit more freedom in terms of space and, I mean, living space, clearly. And what they're doing with that. Sorry, I'm like observing the scenes in my mind's eye. Okay, so with the situation with you as well, um, interesting. Sorry, I'm like getting the downloads. Bear with me, guys. I'm like receiving it. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So you might have to rewind a little bit, beautiful, because I already spoke about the next date situation, about how it's practically a non-starter before it actually even started type situation. But as far as the next boyfriend situation, um, yeah, well, that's kind of like, because that's what's likely to happen. It's interesting. Attraction but no connection. I know that you do, beautiful, and that's why it's kind of like a non-starter. That's why he's unimpressive. That's why. That's just the date situation that you asked about there. That was the response there. You're quick as well, girl. You're like, bam, bam. But yeah, that's just kind of how that situation pans out. And I think that that's exactly that. It's kind of like finding that right dosage of reserved. And as you kind of like go through the process, I guess, of finding what's the right chemistry on that for you, he ain't it as far as the next date. That's safe to say. He's just a little bit too reserved, but again, nice guy. With the boyfriend situation, the next boyfriend situation that I'm getting, it's interesting as well. Sorry. I'm gonna literally, because they're a Saggy, they're a Sagittarius, but they're on the cusp of Scorpio, because it was funny because they were like, oh, he's got the Sagittarius vibe, but the sex appeal of a Scorpio. So he's kind of like got that cusp energy. So he's probably not actually on the cusp, but he's on like the fourth or fifth day in between the cusp of Scorpio and Sag. Um, yeah, that's as far as like the zodiac. He's pretty flavorsome. Um, he's got character and charm as well. Very witty in terms of like his interaction, the interaction between you guys. Because that's the thing. The guy that you date, he's not quick-witted enough. He doesn't have the banter to be able to keep up with you. I think that's why he doesn't impress much. The boyfriend, however, seems to be somebody who can, maintain that, because you like to be, how can I put it? You like to be entertained, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I think the boyfriend has the challenge of being able to, what's it called? Win you over. I honestly don't want to be dating around for any longer, and I hear you on that. I just want to find my person already. I haven't even gotten to date many guys because things are never going in. I know. It's so unfortunate. It is so unfortunate. But honestly, the thing about it is sometimes a quick class is better than a long class, girl. You just dive in and out and you come out and you're like, oh, okay, I learned some stuff. And you kind of like keep it pushing. And sometimes these long classes can get your ass so confused. Okay, so small mercies. Gosh. Um, oh my God, I'm dealing with a Sag right now. I don't know when is his birthday. He's cute though. Oh, okay. Mad sex appeal gives Scorpio vibes. So yeah. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Definitely find out his birthday because he may just have the potential to be able to keep that level of entertainment going because that's the thing with you. It's important. Being able to kind of like stimulate you mentally. Um, yeah, that's the thing. But you guys seem to be able to kind of like gel off each other well from what I could see in this space, I guess. He gets he gets your I get he gets your outspoken nature because he's quite a curious mind as well. And he asks lessons on tarot girl, listen, trust me, ain't that the truth? Um, Trust me. And boring too, because that was literally what my human I was harping on about during my whole update. I was like, I'm so bored, I'm so bored. You would think my humor was broken. I just kept looping on, I'm so bored. But lessons can be quite frivolous, trivial, tiring, boring, all of the above. Um, but yeah, this Saji, get clarity on his birth date and details because it seems like he could be a really good fit for your natural, just naturally how you are in terms of how you kind of like flow into certain situations. Um, you're quite a strong personality in relationships. You may present dominantly, um, and I think that the Sag that I'm seeing in the space actually has really good ability to be able to manage that dominant force, basically. Um, yeah. I think that as well, from what I can see in the space, there's definitely, room to discover a little bit more, I guess. Um, Rose tinted glasses coming off and actually having to sort of like deal with some of that person's character flaws. Um, okay, I figured you'd be back. I figured you'd be back, beautiful. This may sound weird, but I really just want to know what it feels like to be booed up, even if it only lasts for a year. I want a taste of that before I get booed up with my true love. And I hear you on that, beautiful. It doesn't sound weird at all. Honestly, it sounds like just literally. This Sag guy, I met him on another tarot reader's live. Look at that. Okay. Yes, okay. That part. I sense that you're gonna sort of stop back into the space. You know how it works around here. Yeah, well, the energy that I'm picking up from the potential, it's probably best to meet someone in that kind of space because he doesn't shy away from your eccentric nature, I guess. Your personality doesn't scare him as such. Um, well, that's why I want you to go ahead and get uh get his birthday details to sort of like confirm and validate, because it would be sort of like 4 to 5 days off the cusp of Sag and Scorpio. Hold on. So it would essentially be, I want to say, end of November, like sort of final week of November, basically, would be the birthday that we're looking for within that week. And then we know that, yeah. And then we'll know that that person, because he potentially has boyfriend material. He potentially made to be boyfriend material just for you in terms of the way that you are. Yeah, just the way that you are, in essence, you know. He doesn't really sort of like try to change you. He doesn't find you overbearing or anything. I match with a Cancer guy on Tinder and I find him really cute, but I'm going to try not to get my hopes up too high. That's probably the one that's like too reserved, because sometimes, because Cancers can be so emotional, they just shut the hell down anyways. It's better than processing nothing than having to process everything. So that may actually be probably why he appears to be reserved, because I was a little bit confused in the space with that, thinking potentially, you know, why does he present reserved? Because he's not actually this way. But I think it was more so a case of overthinking. So yeah, that may be our guy who's a little bit too reserved. But the good news is Mr. Saji, who's out here, may just be boyfriend material, girl. So keep me posted on that. Let me know when you find out his dates and stuff. For the most part, like, you guys get each other, and I think that there's a really strong friendship in the midst of it as well, that makes for a relationship that could potentially, I don't know about a whole year, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Gemini, Cancer, that's probably okay. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense in terms of the masking on the presenting as well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, definitely. I think Mr. Cancer is a nice try before you buy, but Saji may just be a better fit as far as the sock, that part. But keep us posted. I don't know. Do you guys have any final guidance for Ari as well on the situations? As clearly as you can. Okay. Any additional guidance, guys? Thank you. Okay. I feel like me meeting this sad guy on a tarot readers live must mean something. I think that there's, okay, I'll put it to you like this, because I think one of the things that I was seeing with, because you're quite eccentric, right? This is the quality that most guys don't necessarily know how to navigate about you. But Mr. Sag is quite eccentric himself, who will be able to complement that aspect of your personality quite well. That's why he kind of meshed well with your puzzle. But yeah, may the best man win, girl. Listen, you got good problems. At least you got like 2 in the race. So that's what's up. I'm happy for that for you. Okay, we love that. At least we know that things are starting to move, because there was a point where there was like a little bit of a dry spell. So this is progress. Okay, we love that. But yes, they're saying that this is a yes, okay? The stars are finally aligning for you to be able to start getting those yeses in. So some of that delayed karma, that good energy, that pheromone that you be putting out there when you come up in these spaces, letting it be known, like, I want a man, I'm ready. The universe is finally receiving that. And those little sprinklings are going to be returned back to you. Okay? So that's good. At least the unlikely air is finally cleared for you, and you can start, bringing in some stuff. That part, okay? Who do we have next on the list? I think it's Mina, if I'm not mistaken, right? Listen, I'm just saying, yeah. Mina, hit me, babe. I'm gonna go grab myself another snack. Wait right there, guys. That's okay, Ari. I'll be back. 2 seconds, y'all. Okay. Right. Let go. Oh, Showcat. Let's pop it on the screen. All right, and then after Mina, we have So Amazing, Dottie, and then Kay. And then we are finito. Trying to find a place to lay my little snack. Okay. Let's dive into it. You guys are funny. It's always the small stuff as well with you guys as well. It's so funny because big things you guys seem to be able to come together and support each other, but the small things, it's easier for you guys to kind of like create distance through the differences of opinion. So that's already interesting, Mina. Let's have a little look and see. Listen, you guys are hilarious. Literally, it's funny because there's a little spirit on the outside. Right, so give me some insight. Let's start with Showcat's thoughts. Let's start there first. This time around. I'm going to see how the feelings compare as well. Okay. Like we were competing who is stubborn and cannot initiate conversation the longest. And in that quest, we are talking. I know exactly what you mean because I almost got caught in that script. Monday was my day of reckoning with that script. Like, and it was funny because I had shut so far down that I was like, shit, can I even open this back up? So I do get you. I do get you. The script, it was a challenge navigating through the codes this week. It's like, I feel like when I was like locked in that space, I was like, oh shit, how did I get here? How do I get out? You lock yourself in these like isolated prisons that you create for yourself type thing, which is quite hilarious. But yeah, it's funny. Hey, Nagar, the list is closed, my love. Yeah, the list is closed. We've got like three more people on the list, and then I'm finishing up, I think. Yeah, we've got So Amazing, Dottie, and Kay. And then we're actually sort of finishing up on the list. I'm sorry, my love. It's been a long night already. Those three are probably going to take me over an hour to complete. I'm probably going to be in here like 6 hours by the time I finish up. So it's unfortunate. Okay. But yes, let's see. Yeah, SK and Amber, I don't think they're going to come back in. You can just stick K on the end there, Mina. SK and Amber, I haven't seen them in the chat in a minute. They exited the group chat a while ago. But yeah, come on. Let's go. What are Showcat's thoughts towards me now? At the minute after. Okay, thank you. Yes, please. Yes, please, Mina. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Hmm. Mm. That's funny. Oh, that is hilarious. Okay. And what are his feelings on the situation? I figured I'd just get both of the questions out and I can unpack it for you and put it into context. Okay. Oh, thank you. A whole little story. Oh, interesting. Listen, Mina, safe to say, he's definitely got some saved up patience reserved. Okay? I've got the strength card in his thoughts and his feelings. So, this little competition that y'all have going, he's flexing that patience muscle. Okay? Like he's in the gym, he's working it out. Oh my days. I'm telling you, he is there. It's so funny because that's why I was laughing when I saw the thought process initially because I was like, oh, he's funny. He's out here like actually like proper just waiting. Because it was funny because it was like this was him, right? Like waiting at the gate to be like, she'll be back. But the gag is, he really wants to actually like come into the space and talk because he loves to pretty much like be, oh, Amber, you came back, girl. Do you know what? It's like as soon as y'all get taken off the list, your guys are like, girl, you better get back in there and claim your spot. Yes, Amber, we'll stick you back on the list, my love. Okay? Don't worry. You did get taken off though, because we hadn't seen you for a little bit. But I'm glad to know that you're still out here and your guides are definitely guiding. That was funny. Same thing happened with So Amazing. Okay, safe to say the guides really are watching. So, thank you, Mina. Much appreciated. That is hilarious. But yeah. No, you're good. You're good, Amber. You're good. The guides have been sort of letting it be known. Oh, damn. I can imagine. I've been here for 4.5 hours. I'm on full-blown overtime. So I can imagine your phone just said, forget this shit. I'm tired. Your phone's like, I am too tired, girl. She's been talking for 4.5 hours. I don't have the juice for this. This is so beautiful, but I'm glad that you're giving your phone some juice. Okay, and I'm sure your phone appreciates you for it. But no, Mina, right? That part, I feel y'all. Listen, your guide said, hell no, you ain't missing this either. They were like, you better get your ass back in there. They didn't take you off the list. Don't claim your spot. That was hilarious. But so in terms of his thoughts and feelings, girl, the truth is he really wants to be all up in your grill. But he wants to be a winner with the situation at the same time as well. Who's gonna give it? Let me ask that question. Because now I'm curious. Okay? I have no horse in the game or in the race, but now I'm curious. I can imagine, Amber. Okay. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win the competition? I'm curious. Now I need to know. Okay. Make it clear. Okay. That's funny. Show me then. Thank you. That's too funny. Okay. It's so funny. Do you know what's funny about it, right? Because at no point he's talking himself out of this. Like, he's fully committed. Oh, it's hilarious. Honestly, Martin's lucky that we're like respecting his sleep tonight because your girl wants to die laughing. Like, he's fully committed, y'all. Like, fully committed to like winning. He wants to win. I mean, he wants to talk to you, but he really wants to win. Oh, that is hilarious. And you know what it is? He's almost kind of like banking, right? It's so funny because like his little mischief bug is almost like he's banking on your compassion, basically. Like he feels like, okay, that's where I'm gonna beat her with this one because she's compassionate. After like a couple of days, she'll come round. Oh, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a stalemate. It's actually just gonna be a stalemate. That's how this story ends. You guys are actually both like ready and prepared to just kind of like get back into communication. Y'all are funny. But I had the same thing. I'm not gonna lie. This was definitely a script that was playing out, specifically in interactions to do with this is specifically to do with interactions between divine masculine and divine feminine. We were going through like a an updating of the program of resistance, basically. Where are we like stubborn, for lack of a better way of putting it? We were being updated in those places. I started to get like the updates on that. Listen, mine took me like it started, I want to say on Friday, and I didn't necessarily come down all the way from that ego until about the Monday. I'd fully processed like some of the resistance and the weighing. God had to speak to me heavily. My ego is very contracted. I'm like, no. It was actually pretty funny. So I completely get you. Life had been humorous ever since he showed up. I can imagine beautiful. He's got quite a playful, jovial spirit. And so I'm sure he makes things very exciting and excitable. But this is going to be interesting. It's a stalemate, though. You guys will be kind of like, we'll give it about like maybe a couple of days at the most. I don't even know if it like fully gets through tomorrow, to be fair, like all the way to the end of it's almost like maybe by the end of the day, or the first thing the following day, where it's like, oh. Oh my days. Oh, it's so funny. But I feel like, listen, God is like amping up his funny at the minute. Like, definitely. Because I've literally just been seeing some shit out of here where I'm just like, oh my God, you are too funny. Even like in my own experience with my own human, I'm just like, you're doing the most. You're definitely updating the spirit of jovial outcome. That's amazing. You're funny. You're funny. That's probably why he's having to exercise patience this much, girl. You are exactly why. That's hilarious. Oh, dude. That's funny. But yeah, I guess eventually there's a little bit of a stalemate. Mind you, he can't come in until he gets unblocked. Game well played, Mina. Touche. Touche. That's so funny. Right, guys. Any final sort of guidance for Mina on the situation? Give me your 2 pence. Come on. What have you guys got to say then? Says it all, babe. They said to compromise, Mina. Okay? Oh, dude. That is ultimately how everything's actually going to be. Yeah. Yeah. Hence the lesson. The lesson in this one is compromise. But let me know how it goes next week and let me know who wins because obviously he's at a disadvantage now. He can't even come in if he wanted to. So now the ante's been upped. Be careful what you wish for. Oh, that's so funny, but no. Thank you for that, Mina. That tickled me. That was hilarious. Oh, dude. It's too funny. Okay. Yes, please, beautiful. Do keep me updated. Let's see. And on the list next, we have So Amazing. Are you still here? I don't know if you managed to like pop out of the room. That one tickled me. You guys are too hilarious. That was fun. That tickled me. Ooh, look at that. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look. He's on a bit of a winding road at the minute, to be honest with you. But let's unpack it with the cards. He's kind of seeking something at the minute. So I want to get some clarity. Dad. What's going on in his life these days? Okay. Talk to me. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, put this into context for me. Hey, Jamie. What's that for? Be careful where you project that as well, to be honest with you, because I've had to go to a lady who basically projected the Holy Ghost fire and found herself like pretty much just attacked by a bunch of people's demons, and I had to go and clear her of there. So I'm just giving you that disclaimer, putting that out there, because a lot of the times she just so happened to be somebody who was psychic herself. she didn't know at the time that she was psychic, but through that experience, she learned, because I had to go there and psychically remove these spirits from her neurology. That's a very real weapon in spirit, like serious shit, no doubt. Be careful where you wield that sword. Okay. But no, keep putting that greatness out there. Okay. Yeah, put it into context for me. Sorry. It is scary. I literally had to like go. The last spirit wouldn't necessarily leave her, and I had to there telepathically. I'm communicating with her, like when she finally was able to do it, because it was a generational demon. But I didn't really. I did already have that conversation with her. There's nothing I can do with those. Those are something that a person has to genetically deactivate themselves. And yeah, like I had to talk her through basically how to lock that demon in a firewall in her neurology, so that she could get back to a safe place, basically in her own mind, where she could have access to the body, basically. Because a lot of the times these entities are trying to basically take over the vessel instead of just like, getting an opportunity to be there every so often, because that's what happens. We kind of engage with them through our thought process and the decisions that we make. But yeah, then I had to kind of talk her through finding the place in her neurology that was going to be safe for her. And then when she did come to, she was like, oh, there was a woman in there that was talking me through. I was like, yeah, that was me. Hey. That was the whole point of that, because I can't physically actually remove this demon. It's just something that is in your genetic genome. It was passed on. So it's just what it is, really. But yeah, just saying, it's a very, very powerful weapon. Because people, this is what I'm saying, because there's not really much of a full-on teaching, because obviously people like me are considered to be blasphemous. But understanding how these actual things, I guess, move and work and flow can be a challenge. She actually wielded it on about 6 demons, and all 6 of them, because she had no protection and she didn't know how to protect herself, all 6 of them demons attacked her. And they were living here in her mind rent free, and we had to remove it. They were like wrapped all around her body and shit. I had to take it off her. It was a whole thing. It's not like a physical representation of things that the physical eyes can see. It's more something that you see in spirit, but you see how it psychologically affects a person and their behavior. But since we went and like cleaned that whole situation out, because she was pregnant at the time, since we went and did all of that, the baby got delivered, because I had to clean him up as well, because the really and truly the devil was after his soul, to be honest. He felt like he was owed his soul because she had previously lost a child, so he wanted to continue that same pattern. But she said, not this child, you can't have this child. So she had to fight for a child. But when she started to wield the Holy Ghost fire, she put herself at risk. When I do find myself in a position where I'm like, disclaimer, y'all, when I do find myself like up the duff, as we say in the UK, which means preggers, which means pregnant, I won't be out here like in this space. Just an FYI, because there's a lot of like forces that one's susceptible to, and a child, your body's already like in a different sort of vibration, because the child, your body responds to that like a virus. So all of that kind of stuff. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there, y'all. I'm so sorry. So amazing. Back into your space, BTW. It's all okay. Yeah, they're okay. They're okay. The child was born. He seems to be doing well. The dad didn't really understand what the mum was going through psychologically, but then after seeing me show up, and then he observed me do Reiki, which to him, because he was watching me do it in the physical, looked like, what is she doing? I call it Reiki, but it's so much more than that. It's an exorcism. But when I did remove all the spirits and stuff, he just kind of thought, what is she doing? And then once she came to, and she was like, oh, I felt you removing them. You moved this one. It was here and here and here. Then he was like, okay, she's not crazy. I just don't understand the reality that she's experiencing. That's it. It actually helped for their relationship as well. And now the child's here to strengthen the bond that they have, I guess, went through with that experience. So yeah. Anywho, and now he's a rainbow child as well, which is even more amazing. So, anywho, put it into context. Dad, to sort of go back into space for you, so amazing. So with the situation with Dad, what I was seeing, hi Janelle, unfortunately the list is closed, my love. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Janelle. That is such a, do you know what? I'm going to start your question. I may read that for you. Not today. I'll probably make a video. Maybe. Because your story is connecting to my heart. I feel bad. But I know that I'm to my cap tonight. I've got 3 more, and that's going to take me until like 4 a.m. I'm not going to be able to read it in this space, but I'm going to do a private reading, check in on the channel at some point between now and this time next week, basically. I'll just put a video out and answer that question for you. There were a few other questions as well. I might answer them. We'll see. But yes, that's okay, beautiful. I felt called, but I know that I don't have the capacity. That's good. Subscribe and hit the notification bell, because I'll put out a notification on the community tab when I do upload the video. I might just have other people's readings as well that I do, a few of them. Amen. Amen, Mina. Thank you so much. Look at that. We're definitely putting prayers out there to you and your son. 100%. Yeah, the spirit of lust and its metamorphosis to like pedophilia, to attack the innocent souls, is, yeah, will definitely like send a covering for your child being in that space. Okay. Yeah, guys, clarify. Thank you. So sorry, so amazing. I know we got off track for a little bit, but I want to just so dad's not really thinking. He's in a very lost place mentally and emotionally, is probably the best way that I can put it. It doesn't necessarily compute. That's okay, Janelle. That's all good. Beautiful. It doesn't necessarily compute to that per se. But yes, sorry, there's like so many trains of thoughts that are going through my mind all at once. It was interesting that actually I had channels intercept. Sorry. It was like that. The channel just got crossed. A situation with dad. He's navigating through an immense amount of anxiety at the minute. This is why I was speaking about the fact that he's lost. He's lost connection to a piece of himself. It feels like, what transpired? Let me ask you this as well, because it seems like there was something that shifted about 10 months ago, actually, before he actually left. So what shifted or changed in the dynamics of life for him 10 months ago? Just so that I can understand this place that basically he's just lost. He seems extremely lost at this place on his journey. But if you can, so amazing, let me know, like, what was it that actually, kind of, he was careless towards us ever since. Yeah, I know, but what was it? What happened 10 months ago? Because this thing, it basically has put it like, he can't see anything. There's no sunshine where he is. Oh, invested in other wrong activities. I like the way you put that. He's on this. Yeah, sometimes our investments, the dividends, when they pay back karmically, we're not very pleased, are we? Depending on how we spent that investment, or if we invested, as you say, in the right activities, or wrong activities. He's lost, beautiful. I'm not going to lie to you. He doesn't even have the capacity to rationalize his thoughts. He's dealing with some deep, intense depression and hopelessness, actually. And it seems. Was there another person involved, another female involved, if you don't mind me asking? I have to ask the question because basically they're sort of like speaking to me in context of the situation. So I need to understand how to interpret, I guess, the information. Okay. Yeah. He's not thinking at all. You're right there. He's absolutely lost the plot. I don't know about come back as well. Yeah, I can imagine. He seems to be going through something. He's very lost. This behavior is more of it's a cry for help on something, but I don't know. It seems to be evading me as well, because I don't think that why I'm struggling to be able to see it is because he's not all the way clear in acknowledgement of it on any level. The actual like wound that is flaring up this type of behavior from him. What do you think about him coming back? Okay. What do you think about him coming back? Thank you. Okay. 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 Sorry. Put this into context for me. Okay. Okay. Give me a timeline on this. The remorse hasn't come up yet. That's why I'm trying to get a little bit of clarity on the timeline. Okay. Put this into context for me in terms of the time. Okay. This is a situation that's going to play out literally. You said that he's been gone for about 8 months. There's still at least another between 5 to 6 months before he hits certain points. So basically, he's heavily in denial at the minute, which continues to kind of like perpetuate him going further and further into this lost experience that he's having and looping on. And with the situation as well, I think I don't necessarily see him sort of like coming back. As far as where he is now, it seems like he's kind of I want to say he's living his best life because that's not true. It's not like that. I feel like he doesn't even realize what is actually the real issue that is causing this need and desire for connection. And he seems to be going about it in all the wrong places and the wrong ways, obviously, because he's actually looking for connection, but looking in all the wrong places. There's nothing to connect with in the way that he's actually dealing with situations. But yeah, this is, I'm not going to say it's strange because this is like normal human behavior, but it's strange for him to be able to kind of like react or do things on this measure. Basically, he's always been a little bit irrational in terms of how he is in general, but whereabouts, I feel like he's got the protection of his family. There's a family member that actually knows whereabouts he is. I want to say it's kind of like a aunt. Don't know if it's yeah. I want to say there's an aunt who potentially knows where he actually is. But yeah, like one of his aunts who knows where he is. Um, mm, yeah, but outside of that, there, I don't know. It seems like he's really navigating through a dark night of the soul, for lack of a better way of putting it. He seems to be going through this rite of passage that he kind of has to. Yeah, an aunt, a female figure in his life, basically, as far as like the family dynamics. She's female who knows where he is, or at least has some sort of indication, because I don't think nobody really knows exactly where he is. He's kind of just picked up his whole life and started to behave clearly very carelessly, but as if his actions have no consequences. I don't think he's coming back, my love, from what I can see on the cards. Yeah, as far as the situation, mm, yeah, as far as the situation, I don't see him coming back anytime soon. I do think that the situation unravels over the course of the next 5 to 6 months, where you guys learn a little bit more information about his whereabouts. Um, and you guys even learn a little bit more than you bargained for in terms of information about just, yeah, some of his other wrong activities, decisions that he's made, basically. Yeah. He doesn't really seem to have any definitive goal or focus on anything at the minute, to be fair. It's just living life on the edge. That's what I guess all of this is for. That's the personality, I guess, that's trying to have a voice in his life. I'm sorry. I know that that wasn't necessarily, stuff that you wanted to hear, but I think he's also at this point as well a little bit scared about like coming home and what that would look like and what conversations he would need to have and just a whole bunch of adulting stuff that he's not really ready to face at the minute because I think he's having a bit of a midlife crisis, if I'm honest. But yeah. I'm sorry, beautiful. I hope that was useful for you though. Um, you guys will get more information. I feel like he's led to come back home in the next 5 to 6 months, but it will be a tough decision for him to make whether he does it or not because he has his own anxieties about how he shall be judged, basically. Those are some of the things that are his concerns that continues to create this distance. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay, beautiful. I'm sorry I didn't have better news. Oh, Dottie, look at you, girl. Okay. Finally, your girl. Look at that, Dottie. Okay. 3 a.m. It's our time, Dottie. Look at that. Oh, good. Okay. Right? That part. Trees done treed in this time. Nature done natured. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I told you. He really wants to talk to you. He was just busy because he thought, oh, she's going to come round. You don't know who he's playing with. It's too funny. Oh, shipping an ice cube. Oh, shipping dice. The dice. Listen, trust me. It's been a minute. Okay? It's been a whole minute. Sorry. Girl, the ship sunk. Jack got thrown off that piece of plank. Rose went on, lived her life, came back round. They made a remake. And now it's your turn, Dottie. Yay! Okay, okay. Let's go. Let's go get into it. My cheeks are hot. Okay. Oh, right, guys. Talk to me about the lovely Dottie. Let's have a conversation about it. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Mm, okay. That's nice. Where you are is a major pivot in your life at the minute, right? Sorry, I just remembered what's his face again. Showcat. And it just keeps tickling me. Sorry. I guess he's got finished in the gym, babe. He decided he wanted to stop working out those patience muscles. Sorry, I couldn't help it. My attention had to come back to the space for a second there. Dottie, major pivot going on. We've got two major arcanas, right, on the forefront of the deck. And then at the bottom of the deck, we literally have the Chariot, major arcana again. So these are major life pivots that are taking place at the minute. One of the things that they're showing me is that you're finally kind of like, it's almost like, and the best way that I can put this, the best way that I can put this is the undelivered promises that you've kind of like experienced over the years, like, you know, people that didn't necessarily show up, people that said that they were going to be doing certain things. I feel like you kind of, the the best way that I can put it, you experienced some setbacks probably in the last 5 years, actually 5 to 7 years. They're sort of like correcting me on the timeline. Within the last 5 to 7 years, there's been a lot of setbacks, basically, that you've kind of been gradually overcoming, because you've been almost letting go of how, you know, like when you can see that a situation's like genuinely like an unfair situation, and sometimes it's a little bit challenging to be able to like just accept that the universe is like, shit, man, you just let that happen to me like that. I thought we were friends, you know. um so there was just a little bit of, for a while actually, there was a little bit of questioning, you know, holding those people responsible and wanting to kind of like not necessarily see them pay, but actually sort of have remorse or have some sort of change, you know, to their heart, at least with the situation. So it's one of those things where you did some really deep introspection to sort of like get to a place of acceptance where you're determined either way, um, to really be able to kind of make the best of these changes that are taking place, and kind of like make the most of adapting to what your progress looks like. It hasn't been easy. They're saying to me it hasn't been easy, particularly in the last 4 years. There's been a lot of strife and conflicts that you've kind of had to navigate through, inner battles that you kind of like had to really push through as well. This is why we have the hermit here, because they're saying to me like it's been a long journey. Um, with this dynamic that you're kind of like, you've been going this curve for a while. It's kind of like a winding curve that continues, and it's just a continuum. It's like half the time it's like, well, how much further around the bend? But how much further around the bend? But it's kind of like that repetitive, because it is such a big turn of events, that you have to lay a certain amount of investment, if that makes sense. It's kind of like agriculture, right? You kind of have to lay down the you got to lay down find the hole, like open the earth, plant the seed, water the seed, nurture. It's a process. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's kind of like the same sort of dynamic that you're navigating through, but they're like this come down, this flight of progress that you seem to be adapting to. And give yourself the next 17 to 18 months, and you'll actually really, that's when you'll really be able to see where you've been going all along, why you've been going around that winding corner, why you've been sort of being called to, I guess, peek round that winding road to see the potential of what could be, ideally. So yeah, it's interesting. Show me, guys. How do you see the time ahead playing out for Dottie after said pivot has integrated? Yeah, the timeline we just spoke on. What does the other side of that look like? Thank you. Amazing. Again, we have the Chariot this time. Instead of the Chariot, which was on the bottom of this deck, which is obviously where you are now, on the outcome of this, again, we have the Chariot. We have the Chariot. So this goal that you're navigating through right now, this determination that you are utilizing as your driving force to be able to push through these now moments, right? On the other side of this, that determination comes with its own, I guess, sorrows. I'm not going to lie to you, because at the bottom of the deck, the new theme is the Three of Swords, but it's not a major arcana. So it's not a major heartbreak. It's probably one of the smaller things in life, I guess, that has major consequences for how it may impact you, in comparison to everything else that you have going on at that time. I think it's more the timing that this heartbreak shows up that is more of an inconvenience. And I think that that's why, again, the Chariot is called into the archetypal experience for you in that moment where you're having to be like super, super focused and dedicated to what it is that you're doing so that you can push forward. Hey, Hadiza. How are you doing, Mama? Yeah. Do you guys have any guidance for her on how to navigate between now and that timeline? Thank you. Okay. Okay, so they said the best thing for you to do as you're kind of navigating between this now experience and the end of this chapter, the timeline that we agreed. Unfortunately, I'm not doing any additional, I'm not taking any additional at the moment. I mean, you can put your question out there, or I'll probably do a video at some point during the week, I think, and then you can check back on the channel, you know. It will be a pre-recorded, it won't be like a live reading, it will be a pre-recorded. I'll answer your question and you'll find your details in the timestamp. We'll see how long it takes me to get that out for you, because I'm snowed under at the minute. But if you know me by now, I'm always taking on new homework. So drop a question if you're open, but it won't be a live. It would be a pre-recorded, but I'll answer it for you. Back to you, Dottie. They're saying that what you need to be doing in between now and then is really just making sure that you meditate, contemplate. It's important for you to sort of, really see potentially why certain things weren't successful at the times that they weren't successful, because I think the sorrow is dealing with rejection, right? And rejection is always God's protection. And a lot of the times when we experience rejection, we read it as losses, where it feels like we're unsuccessful, but really it's more of a win. It's kind of a refuge, if you will. So yeah, the advice for you is to be able to just delicately meditate with yourself about some of the losses that you take between now and then, because it's all going to make sense to you by the time you're on the other side. And as long as you continue to look for the signs in the right places, you'll be able to navigate it and get the clarity that you're looking for, with answers that was actually unexpected, actually. Yeah. I hope that that was useful for you, my love. That's what's up. Girl, listen. That ain't me. That's all spirit. I'm just here. I'm a conduit. They're like, girl, just say what I tell you. And I'm like, okay. You ain't gotta tell me twice. That's okay, beautiful. It was a really great question, actually, because we spoke about where you are. And we got some clarity on where you're heading, which is nice. We even have a timeline for when you get to that, that next chapter of it. So that's nice. I love that for you. Good one. Right. I don't think Amber's here. I think she popped back out again. Did she? Are you here, Amber? And okay's here. Yeah, thank you. Amazing. I'm glad that it was worth the 84 years. Okay, that's what's up. Oh, both of them. Okay. Go on, Amber. She is here, Kay. So we're going to let her go. She's made a few attempts to come in before. So tonight was her lucky night. I know, right? That's so funny, Mina. I think I actually had your previous question. Did I save it, Kay? Hold on, let me see. Oh, no, it's not fully there. Oh, don't feel bad, girl. It's fine. I'm going to sleep for about maybe 5 hours because I've got church tomorrow. So I do answer those types of questions, girl. No worry. It's 3 a.m. Sorry. I just had Michael Jackson. It's after midnight. Yeah. Mina shows up, Dottie. She is out here. That is too funny. Okay. Yeah, girl, it's 3 a.m. I've been doing this since after 9. This is normal for us. If you notice, I've got my snacks at the ready because we have intermission here. Oh, that's a nice time. I remember when it was that time here. Yeah. I am in the UK, yeah. Yep. Oh, okay. Yes, Kay. Remembered the question. Started this time because I'm going to come back to it. Okay, let me go for... It is a nice time. That's a nice time in the evening. My time's a okay time. I mean, it's a nice time to start the day. Soon. I'm like gonna be doing church like on the Zoom tomorrow whilst I do a little wusa, do my yoga, prayer, and meditation at the same time as well. So that will just boost my energy right back up. So what will my next sexual encounter be like? You know what, guys? Have we got... We're going to do these decks. And we are going to talk about it, girl. Okay? Right. Amber wants to know. Well, first of all, yeah. So many layers to the situation already. It's so loaded. They were like, well, first of all, it's not a situation where this individual is like looking for anything serious. So they're obviously trying to set the scene so that I can understand the dynamics, basically, of the escapade. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Put it into context for me. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. My question to you, Amber, Do you have an unfinished business person who basically is kind of like, it's an on again, off again, on again, off again sort of situation? Answer me that question firstly, whilst I go and continue to unpack all of this stuff. And in the meantime, guys, clarify to me as well. How does this whole situation play out? What does it actually look like? Okay. That's okay. Oh, thank you. Sweet dreams to you too, Dottie. Enjoy. Okay. When you get into sleep land, okay, put out some cloud pillows for me and Mina because we're going to join you real soon. Okay. Make sure they're nice and fluffy. I think Mina's already started her day, actually, to be fair. I don't know how she does this with us as well. Okay, so Amber, reason why I asked about the person that you tend to be like back and forth, because thank you. Look at that, Mina. We got some cloud pillows. See you soon, beautiful. Night night. Okay, so with the situation, right? Your next is coming from your ex. Basically, Amber. That's why I wanted to ask the question firstly, because we're gonna dive into like how it, plays out as far as this situation. But firstly, I wanted to get some context on, I guess, because they were just very like much, yeah. Have you guys been doing that anyways? Because that's clearly a pattern, I guess, in the space. Both of you guys have a little bit of commitment issues, if I'm honest. Which is probably why this dynamic works for you guys. Actually, it's weird. And let me know. Okay. Okay. Good. Let's see. Let's put it into perspective, guys. Talk to me. In the moment, what's it like? Okay. You don't have any commitment issues. I'm gonna receive that one and keep quiet on it, and I'll tell you why. Because for me to unpack all of the natures of self-sabotage behaviors in the space that isn't actually conscious, actually, it's unconscious sort of dynamics. That's why I said so. I'll put it like this. Sometimes when we're manifesting something, a part of ourselves is also counter manifesting that thing. And that's why we have this thing called self-sabotage. which is really the part of ourselves that doesn't actually want that thing, is fighting for its right to not want that thing. So it starts to basically act out. So yeah, you want a relationship, but you want it, what you just said, with someone worthy, what you've basically declared to be worthy, or someone worthy will kind of pretty much indicate how one shows up in the dynamics. That's not what I've been told by other tarot readers. That's okay, my love. That doesn't, how can I put it? It doesn't, as much as you see me pulling the cards out, the cards are just a medium for the most part. Spirits just kind of like speak through me. So as much as the cards are here for me to be able to sort of, I guess, make a connection, if you will, it's just a tool of mediumship, if you will. That's not actually the place that I read from, to be fair. But we're already going to dive into a little bit of resistances. So I'm going to leave it well alone because clearly these are unconscious measures. And I don't push, much like God doesn't. I don't penetrate either. Ask about the situation with the ex, because that is a part of the dynamic with the situation for you that actually plays out. I think that the person, interestingly enough, that is going to be coming in as the partner has some sort of connection to said ex. There's some sort of friend, mutual friend dynamic. Is so interesting. Such a small world, actually, the way that the threading kind of like works. But it seems as though it's, I don't want to say that it's, I don't want to say that it's mediocre, because it feels like in the moment it's steamy for you. It feels like in the moment it's very hot, it's very passionate. I think you allow for yourself to be completely you in the moment. I believe that your walls aren't necessarily, there's no shy barriers, basically. There's no places of yourself. You're quite playful. They seem to be quite naughty and cheeky as well. It seems like one of those dynamics where, okay, sorry, I'm like observing the dynamics. It's like I see kind of like almost sort of crawling towards them on the bed. They're sort of like stood up. It's very playful, and I think that that's what makes it very spicy. The dynamics between the two of you guys as well, kind of, how can I put it? The dynamics between the two of you guys. Mm, mm. Yeah, give me the words. Sorry, I'm like engaging. Ah. Okay. So I've got an understanding of the chemistry, right? The dynamics between you guys. Because I was like, what is that dynamic that I'm seeing in that space? So the dynamics between you guys would be his natural charisma and your attitude. Interestingly enough, that combination is really kind of like what's actually giving the fire in the space between you guys. Lots of biting on the lips during, I guess, kissing, and there's a lot of, I guess, I want to say foreplay before the play. Um, yeah, there's a lot of foreplay before the actual like getting into that space of connection, like fully into that space of connection. It's kind of like warm up connections, right? It's kind of like steaming up the little space, kind of prepping. Um, and it seems like as well, um, they actually like that's the one space that they like a little bit of attitude, right? So this is why the passion's so intense, I guess, in this space. Very playful, but it's so intense. It's quite yeah, it's an interesting little space. Um, they make you feel comfortable, which is nice, and you make them feel unjudged, which is nice as well. Yeah, they're very steamy and passionate. I don't know what levels, I guess, of I want to say freak. I don't know what levels of freak you tend to be, but there's definitely a case of testing your freak. That's probably the best way that I can put it. It's a case of testing your freak, because it's almost like he wants to see like where the boundaries are or would be in this space. Um, and I think you actually take pleasure, no pun intended, maybe some pun intended, in actually, I guess, having him test you as well. You know, it's quite a little. Both of you guys together are quite charming in the space as well, actually. But I think after the facts as well, I don't know. I don't know. Uh, it's not the chemistry that's mediocre in terms of like the intimacy. It's more kind of like the potential for like long term commitment. Yeah, that's the thing that seems to be a little bit uncertain, actually. That's the thing that seems to sense or feel a little bit mediocre. Mm, yeah. Mm. It's interesting. I think for the most part, the person, um, as far as your next encounter, they make you feel comfortable, I guess, to be vulnerable. I don't necessarily see it being a lasting situation. I'm not going to lie to you. That's just me being honest in terms of what's actually on the cards, because that's what the cards can actually sort of outlay in its context. But the moments, and again, it's because of all of the other stuff. That's what I was saying. All the other stuff outside of the intimacy seems to work fine. Um, the relationship itself outside of just that area feels a little bit mediocre. I think that's probably why it doesn't necessarily last. Um, I don't even think 6 months, actually. I think around about 5 months it lasts, 5 months and maybe 3 weeks. Um, but at least that you get some good nookie out of it. I don't know what else to say. That space you guys seem to be able to share fairly well. And there's not really any complaints there, but there are other things that just doesn't necessarily seem to align in the same way. And that may be the challenge, pretty much. But this person somehow anyways actually has some sort of connection leading back to an ex. The ex that is the back and forth person, in specific, to be fair. So unfortunately, this dynamic, I guess, eventually kind of like plays out where there's some anxieties that flare up due to previous trust issues in dynamics. I think the person potentially might have some F-boy qualities, which is why they trigger these anxieties, to be honest. But again, like I said, we are long distance, and also he has hurt me a lot, so it depends on him if he has changed. I don't think it's him specifically that's going to be coming in. I think that the person that's coming in to rock your world has a connection by some means to this person. Somehow it's going to lead back to this person as far as mutual friend, some sort of connection. But you guys have good chemistry. It's just some of the other stuff is a little bit lacking. So I guess you guys would have to decide if you want to work on those things to actually make it work, if that makes sense. But yeah. Any guidance then? Guys, any guidance for girl Amber on the situation? Oh, look at that one. As clearly as thank you. Well, that's partially the dynamics of the situations, actually, but there's a disconnect. So, but the guidance for you, my love, is that ultimately it's up to you to decide where or what your romance values are in a relationship. Yes, Renee girl is still here. But yeah, it's up to you to decide what your romance values are in a relationship. And that's ultimately what this particular situation is going to be about. They fulfill certain needs in terms of physical chemistry, sexual chemistry. But as far as relationship chemistry, the values aren't necessarily valuing to the same degree, right? So again, those are some of the things that will be on display to actually make decisions, I guess. But I hope that was useful for you. I think they said the self-sabotage thing, they're going to come back and speak to you. And they'll be able to dissect it, break it down. They'll be able to put it into perspective, my love. I hope that was useful for you, though. Seems like a good situation in terms of the sexual chemistry, but the relationship dynamics, there's lots of differences to navigate, not just in terms of like thoughts or thought process, but actually just like general character dynamics. Like both of you guys' characters pretty different in ways, so makes it a little bit challenging, actually, which is then even more of a challenge as well because the sex is good, so it gets tricky. You know what that can be like? Mm. Oh, I think it's going stale. That's not fun. Okay, we're going to move on to UK and unpack it. Sorry. This is your question. I'm actually going to star a few questions from before I forget. Bear with me, Kay. I'm actually also just starring the questions that I may do the reading for. Okay. Sorry, guys. I promise. It won't be long, Kay. I'm just trying to grab these questions and star them because I'm going to get graded if I forget this. You know, like it's one of those things that don't matter how good you did on that paper, the fact that you didn't, for instance, like color in the thing where you needed to color it in. So all of a sudden you're losing marks. I'm not trying to lose marks. So I'm just trying to, because a lot of people's guides had, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Complained to my guides, basically, about my performance. I think that's about as far back as I can go now. Sorry. No. What have we got? Okay. There we go. Done. Right, okay. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful. I'm sorry your battery died as well. Bugger. That's so unfortunate. Oh, did you say give you some, girl? Listen. My little snacks. And they be keeping me going. Sorry, y'all. They were like, literally. They were getting so stale. I couldn't leave it there any longer. You're good. You're good. Thank you. I appreciate the patience. I see somebody be flexing those patience muscles still. Because Showcat said, forget that. Okay. Okay, said, I was researching my great grandmother and learned info. I contacted people, Phil or her family. Oh, what's next? Interesting. I'm on some of these assignments myself. It's quite the challenge. I like watching the other reads. I like the deeper aspects of them, that part. It's always interesting to see what questions come up and how it actually, like, I learned so much stuff, like, in these spaces. Like, when Kay asks questions quite a bit, like, the guides will go off on a tangent. I'm like, oh, I learned stuff, like, genuinely. Always learning, always open. Let's dive into it. Okay. The grandmother. Yeah. What happens next? Let's have a. Oh, because the battery died and she had to come back. Sorry, Amber. Sorry, beautiful. One of my other relatives came to mind. I don't like her much. I saw the first name and thought it was a mistake. You're hoping it was a mistake. Look at you going instantly in denial. Sorry, Amber. Obviously, I've kind of like gone on to K's. Unfortunately, the timing and the dynamic of situations. I don't necessarily, as much as I am aware of the concept on the twin flame stuff, it's not really necessarily, in terms of what it's being portrayed in society at the minute between divine masculine and feminine. It's not necessarily something I subscribe to. Girl, send me your chart, okay? Whatever his details are, we can have a look and see if he's your atom sign, which is what they're referring to when they speak about the Adam sign. You have the same transit of the moon cycles that you guys will go through because you evolve together, because you're faced with navigating the same tragedies and traumas together. However, the concept of the twin flame thing within the collective at the minute is a little bit warped because we've become so normalized to toxic dynamics and situations and relationships as well. So there's a little bit of misinformation warped within there as well. So I generally kind of like pull back. Honestly, I know obviously you were kind of like trying to get in to be able to get your read. And then when you did manage to get your read, unfortunately the phone died, which isn't, I mean, it's such a tragic story actually, to be fair. But in understanding the dynamics of where there may be so many areas of disconnect, I kind of somehow get why that was necessary then. But unfortunately, I've actually gone on to Kay's reading now. Thank you, Renee. That's precisely it. That is precisely it. People are actually mirroring each other's traumas in a lot of different relationship dynamics, actually. And in those instances, there's this thing that has developed within the collective where it's taken on the identification of what the twin flame is supposed to mean. But that's why I said, like, send me your chart. What's his chart looking like? Because there's a way. That's another thing as well. It's kind of like how salesmen, they're like there's no way to be able to kind of like check this out, but there is. Okay, God showed me a way. There's a way to be able to identify your atom sign, which means that you are the same atomical particles, separated in masculine and feminine form. So yeah, there's just a lot of areas where I probably wouldn't have been the best person to read for what you want to hear, potentially. Because, yeah, unfortunately, I think that that's actually another factor as to why it didn't actually work out as far as like how we had hoped that it would. Because there may be just some areas of differences, unfortunately. But yeah. Okay, I am I'm very confused by maybe just part of it. That's okay, beautiful. That's why I said to you, I can see that myself, as far as the reading that you wanted. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you, my love. I think maybe in a different time space continuum, because even as I read for you, there was a bunch of layers of resistances. And I'm not going to lie to you, myself as a reader in the past, when I used to read with my human as opposed to like with spirit, when I would meet those resistances for people, I would tell them what they want to hear because it would just be easier to get the response that I want from them, right? But then I couldn't continue to do that. The guides told me that I had a responsibility, and I had to basically be honest completely. So yeah, maybe in a different time space continuum we can continue this conversation, you know. Yeah. uh, no, and that's fine. That's why I said, this is why I said beautiful, even with what I just said to you, basically just kind of like outlines what you've just said back to me. Do you see what I'm saying? We just use different wordings. This is why I said a lot of the resistances, it's basically cognitive dissonance. Places where information isn't wanted, it's being basically denied and pushed out. There's nothing really that I or you can do about that. It's just a process of processing, essentially. And I don't take it personal. It just kind of is what it is. I've gone through the process of these types of situations so many times, I guess. And each time I have to kind of like, get a little bit better at being comfortable with me and who I am in these spaces. So yeah, I know, beautiful. But it's just one of those things. It's just one of those things. That's why I said different space and time continuum. Maybe we can continue the conversation. It's no hard feelings as well. I don't even, you know, kind of is what it is. Respectfully, I've no judgment either. That's not even my thing to do. Oh, trust me. Me? Listen, I'm like, what? What? Cognitive dissonance up in this bitch, okay? I would definitely utilize that as a way to be able to navigate through situations that were uncomfortable for me to receive. So 100%. It is what it is. Um, One of my other relatives came to mind. Sorry, I'm going back to Kay's reading because that's actually where we were. We were kind of closing out the space with Kay. But thank you for stopping back into the space, Amber, my love. I didn't look into her much. I think I saw the first name and thought it was a mistake. The first name sounded Latino or Hispanic. Why did you think it was a mistake? Because were you experiencing some cognitive dissonance, Kay? Oh, dude, that's so funny. Oh, that's amazing. Sorry. I'm gonna dive back into the space with Kay. Um, that's okay. Okay. You do. So, okay. So, with Hispanics, a lot of the spiritual practices, because I remember that was something that you came into the space asking about before. Obviously, Hispanics as well, Latino Hispanics, they actually have their own cultural practices when it comes to like the whole spirituality aspects of things, right? And it's very similar, actually, because I think that was something that you were asking in the space. It's actually very similar to African spirituality because, again, I guess, I want to call it the mulatto race, right? In the interracial breeding, when that situation kind of like started to derive to what we have as the race that we see as Latinos today. Um, that whole situation, the culture still came across. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just one of those things. The culture still came across, but it evolved and adapted to the new environment that it was actually in. So I get you. Jamaica feels more comfortable because it's easier to identify. And I had the same thing as well. This is why I was asking you experiencing some cognitive dissonance as well. Because I myself um have been navigating through layers of my own cognitive dissonance throughout this week, and we're in the space for it. Obviously, Mercury retrograde's finished, but we're in the post shadow period at the minute, so we may still be susceptible to some areas where our ego needs to expand itself rather than being so contracted. So this was just a great place for you to be able to kind of like get interesting. Like your question was, what happens now? They were like, okay, scratch all that. That was funny because they literally just like intercepted that channel of thought. They were like, okay, scratch all that. It's one of those situations. That's okay, Amber. I already said that to you as well, my love. I already identified and said to you, it's not really one of those things. Like I can see that we're not vibrating on the same frequency. And from time I basically gave you feedback and you kind of like automatically went to that's not what this reader sort of like said in a situation I somewhat already knew where we were in terms of our dynamic. Do you see what I'm saying? You were kind of like looking for me to validate somebody else's information. I was actually bringing you facts to the table, which they weren't going to actually compute. And this is why I actually went into the process of explaining to you when I felt your resistance, what I would have maybe 2-3 years ago done would have been meet that resistance with giving you what was going to kind of like soothe you in that moment and stroke your ego. For lack of a better way of putting it, readers do it all the time. They kind of like can sense where a person is vibrationally in terms of what information they're transmitting and how it would land, and they kind of like appease. I've been guilty of that previously in the past. I had a situation, go back and check on my channel. There was a whole person who went through a whole situation where I misinterpreted even though I felt what I felt, I misinterpreted because I felt their resistance to what I wanted to say to them, which was the actual truth that was coming through me in that channel. And that was the biggest lesson for me, because after that, I realized that I don't have the luxury of basically lying to people to make myself get better feedback, pretty much. It's nice to obviously have somebody like you, but it's more important to tell the truth, basically, is what I learned from that experience. So you're right. That's okay. That's why I honestly said to you, I don't believe that I'm the reader for you as well in this space, because there's still so much information that had already been consumed. Anything that I put in there was only going to blow that pot up. It's like cooking, right? The recipe was just going to blow it up and explode it, to like become quite combative. And I'm a pacifist, girl. I ain't got no time to fight nobody. I'm out here like fighting spirits and demons all day long. So it's what it is. Respectfully, that's just what it is. Beautiful. But there's no hard feelings, like genuinely. Um, exactly. I don't really do the whole, that's not really my character. That, generally speaking, I know that that's usually the devil trying to draw me out in most cases, so that he can like get some of this shine, like just take my focus off what it is that I'm doing, off the light. I ain't got no time for that. But again, like I said, in a different space-time continuum, I hope that this works, where I can be completely honest with you, and it can land exactly as I mean to deliver it, like non-maliciously, from a place of innocence and genuine care, because that's why I come to this space and be honest, to be fair. But yes, we're going to go back into K space, right? Because that's really K. I'm so sorry, girl. It's been taking me a minute to like really like dive into your space. But again, this is why I said to you, we don't need the space for your thing, because it felt like one of those situations that was really going to kind of like, there would be distractions and I needed to give it my undivided attention. So forgive me, but it was already written that way. We simply just arrived to the timeline. But yes, I pulled up info. My dad's side, I got confirmation on the great grandma's family. I reached out to who appears to be her family's descendants. Oh, amazing. Look at you. I love that. Love that for you. Oh, thank you, Mina. That's all good. Honestly, you guys have seen me adjusting in this space, like with my honesty, because it's just one of those things. It's not for everyone, you know. And that's okay. No hard feelings. It was in alignment with everything I channeled before I came to you. Awesome stuff here. I even got a light shined for some parts of my ego, and I told Spirit, just correct me. That's what's up. I love that. Look at that, Renee. That's what's up. Here we are, correcting some of those, And I am sure they haven't heard her name in ages. Oh, I can imagine, because I'm being sent to go and do the same thing with my mum for her dad, who passed when she was 10 months old. There are people that are alive today that doesn't even know this person. Like, but he assures me, he's like, look, when you get there, they'll be ready and waiting. So it seems like you're doing really well. You're doing really well with your assignments, and you're moving very quickly as well. I love that for you, because you're kind of like putting the pieces of the puzzle together to understand basically your strengths, your weaknesses, the attributes for you that does actually make you who you are, which is interesting. So what's next? Let's unpack that, right? Um, okay. Mm. Mm. Okay, so I guess why you have been, uh, why you've been called to this particular assignment is because you're actually going to learn a little bit more about what were some of the things that were unfair, I guess, in those instances? What were some of the injustices that sort of like occurred in those dynamics? Basically, delayed karma, delayed karmic retribution, to be precise, is what they're saying to me. So it's dividends being paid on to the next generations based on the work of the ancestors before. They said you're going to find out information about two more relatives as well, like two other relatives, once you kind of finish up with this assignment, because it's going to take you down a little bit of a rabbit hole, and it's going to lead you to two other significant family members on the timeline as well. Yeah. And they're saying it's kind of when you get to the other two, it's when you're kind of like making the connection from one to the next. So not necessarily great, but this situation's a nice starting point. The other two is really where you start to get information, the type of information that you're looking for, basically, in terms of some of the practices, what was involved. Listen, those two are the ones that really have skeletons in the closet, actually. And that's where you're going to unearth quite a bit of information about some of these karmic cycles, basically, that's been plaguing the lineage a little bit in places. So those things can actually sort of have a little bit of a recourse. And then other things there's one particular pattern that still is over the family lineage for at least the next 23 years. So whatever bloodlines come in during the course of the next 23 years, they're coming in straight to that spirit, for lack of a better way of putting it, right? There's some of these injustices. So the malpractices that were done previously to your time meant that, basically, like, when we make certain decisions, it's not just that decision in that moment. It has a whole continuum, right? So there are decisions that were made, I want to say, back in the 70s even, that are still playing out even to now. But this one goes even deeper than that. So, yeah, it's got another 23 years to play out. Okay. Sorry. All right, talk to me. Okay. So within those two, what's the advice for Kay in navigating that quest? Okay, thank you. Mm. Mm. Yeah, okay. You're stepping up to the plate, basically. Beautiful. I don't know how else to put it to you. This is pretty much your initiation into your high priestess. I don't know how else to put it to you. They're like the question that I just asked, like, you know, in terms of like navigating, because once you actually get the information about these other two, you complete a quest essentially, basically, that puts you in a certain position. Again, because life is like a whole game. It's kind of like how like Mario had to do certain things in terms of his quest, right? These are some of the quests that you have to do in order to ascend, in order to transcend your current smaller self, mini me, to your super consciousness, right? Your super ego. It's interesting because in the dynamics of that, you'll basically be called to, I guess, step up and lead the space. It will be through your impulsive decisions, right? That actually like brings you to this place where you are a little bit hesitant. I'm not gonna lie, you're a little bit like unsure of yourself, not really, you know, as much as you know that respectfully, like the family is a little bit lost without your guidance in context, right? And when I say your guidance, I mean this level of knowingness, of conscious awareness, right? Because there's one of us placed on every lineage so that we can say, psst, wake up. Are you in their consciousness? Right? Okay. And with that, as you kind of like go through this process, you'll actually find, oh, and it's so interesting as well, places where your lineage has honored others above itself and been dishonored in the process. Basically, they had been exploited in spaces. I just spoke to another ancestor. He mentioned the family is forgetting who they are and acting like someone they are not. Exactly that. Exactly that. I hate to go Harry Potter and y'all, but the family are acting like they're muggles, okay? Sorry, I literally had to like have like a similar conversation with my mom. I'm like, girl, look, we are generations deep in this ish. We don't have a choice. The choice was made a long time ago, and we're on that genetic chain and pull. So there is no choice now. So it's just one of those things they had forgotten. Do you know what it is? It's a challenge. You see how like society responds to being like aware and awake. It's a challenge. And forgetting the pain and lies that caused the family to leave home and make sure those after them did not grow up in pain. See, this is the thing. This was the thing. what I just said to you about the dishonoring and being dishonored, those are some of the situations as to why they're calling on you. And I'll tell you why, right? And I'll tell you why you as opposed to everybody else, because they speak to everybody else as well, but nobody wants to act on anything. Everybody else wants to make excuses for everybody else's situations. And when I say excuses, it's not a case of like explanation, because an explanation is completely different to an excuse, right? An explanation gives insight. It's not about explanations. It's about the excuses, excusing behaviors that aren't necessarily serving a person positively and not necessarily holding that individual accountable. You're somebody that would be able to hold everyone to their level of responsibility in terms of how they partook in a situation or not, which is why you've been chosen, I guess, for the role, to be able to play it out. And I'm glad that they just openly have communication as well, because that's, again, why they chose you, because they know that even if you're scared to speak up or say something in a situation, you still will. You would still show up and you'd still speak up, even if you're uncomfortable in that moment of speaking up. And that's one of the quality that they needed, essentially. Not gonna lie, as you continue to dig, it's going to unearth some stuff. It's going to unearth some conflicts as well in places that you probably least expect it, to be honest. So just be prepared for that, is what I'd say. Prepare for the unexpected. And I mean within the family dynamic in itself as well, because as you continue to like dig into these places, there are things, again, we just spoke about cognitive dissonance, there are things people would rather have buried. For all intents and purposes, it just makes them feel more safe, I guess. Trauma has a way of, causing the mind to want to archive information as a way to preserve itself. But yeah, what's next is that once you get the other two, it's a whole turnaround. The game switches completely. You become the third, I guess, is the best way that I can put it. When I say you become the third, I mean you become, for the predecessors, right, after you, you become the third, basically, in that chain that you're looking into right now, as far as for them and their timeline. You're their third on their timeline. I hope that makes sense. But do you guys have any sort of guidance for Kay then, as she sort of unravels all of this? They said no. There's no guidance on the situation. It's more a case of, you're going to receive insights. It's going to come to you. Just wait. You're going to receive like divine communication and downloads on the situation. This isn't necessarily a perfect timing thing. This is more of a inevitable unfolding. Just continue to take action in the next few months and you'll be able to see. Yeah, exactly, beautiful, 100%. you'll be able to see the big happy changes. That those are some of the big happy changes coming in time for you. Definitely. It's interesting. You've been doing so well, Kay. Like, you've kind of just got on with it. You've just, yeah. Well done, you, girl. Snaps for you. Like, you activate and you just kept going, 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 going quickly. You just left yourself to just, you know, be open to the process of what needs to be, which is nice. It's so nice. Like, I tell people all the time, they're so busy having their vessel to themselves, right? Imagine how many souls out there wants an opportunity to basically like speak their viewpoint. So kudos for you. Like, kudos to you for like actually being a member on the team that's not just focusing on you as a team member, but you're focusing on the team. So yeah, that's what's up. I love that for you. But I hope that that was useful for you, because it seems like there's quite a road ahead. You're on a pretty long trajectory as well, actually, over the course of the next few months. I'm sure so much is going to come up. But definitely keep us posted. As always, beautiful. When we start packing up shop. Can you guys believe it? 4:23 and I'm finally done. You did. You did. You got really far very quickly as well. Like, take some pride in that as well. Like, just your quick turnaround time, because these things matter as well. Like, can you imagine one person answered my communication and I can tell they sense something. The other person is quite mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they're probably trying to sort of like figure out, okay, how do I guide her to my story so that she can. And sometimes as well, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like sometimes they're a little bit like ashamed of their little jaded past in their little earthly bodies. Okay. Sometimes they're like, well, do I want to tell her about that? Sometimes depends on where they are in their own process of their own journey as well, which can be quite interesting. That other person's probably just waiting to see, like, okay, what do I share? How do I share? And they'll be able to take you on their tail as well. The two people. I believe so, I believe so. I believe one is, and the other may be connected to it, but not from it, if that makes sense. Yeah. I believe one is from her lineage and the other is connected to her particular lineage. They have respect for her as well, very deeply. Interestingly enough, she seems to lead the pack. So, but this was cute, guys. I missed you guys. I'm definitely hoping to be back here through marriage. I believe so. I feel like it was bringing the connections together, but they were still pretty. Yeah. Yes. Exactly that. Exactly that. The marriage itself didn't necessarily last per se, but I guess it was a case of, marrying your genetic sequence. Because I don't think that by then they were already sleeping. When this marriage like locked in, they were already back in their sleeping state. basically, where they were unconscious and not necessarily practicing who they are. So yeah, it's interesting. But it's good to see where you are with everything at the minute, because then it lets me know as well for my stuff and my assignments that I got going on. I'm like, yeah, the collective has their own updates playing out, which is nice to see. But this was fun, guys. I mean, next time I'm going to come into the space and try and be a whole lot quicker, she says every week, right? I still can't reach. I saw my great grams listed as her servant. Ah, I never found that. Interesting. That's interesting. Okay. This is interesting. You're going to learn a lot about the amalgamations of souls and spirits within that body. That's interesting. Because I'm sort of like, that's the thing. It gets very, very like the context, I guess, of Black history becomes very abstract. Trust me, I've like literally had to process like the genetics of my ancestors that were on the ships as they were being brought over to the lands. And that was pretty traumatic, actually. So I couldn't imagine actually living through it. Thank God they did it for me. No offense, I'm just saying. I don't think I could have done it. There was like smell of like shit everywhere. I couldn't breathe. It was a lot. Even my mind, the oxygen supply to my mind was being cut off because of how intense that was. So definitely 100%. As you're kind of like activating these genetic sequences within yourself, like you know how like they speak about like so much of like the DNA is like junk DNA, it's unactivated DNA, it's unactivated genetic information that hasn't been tapped into in centuries, actually. So what you're doing right now is kind of turning on the light in your genetic sequence, in your double helix, essentially, which used to be the triple helix, but we won't talk about it, that part. But guys, let's do this again next Friday, right? Well, I think I say Friday. We'll have to see. It's actually my I don't even want to say it and put it out there just in case the devil tries to come with his little. He just loves attention. Have you guys noticed the devil is just like fiending for attention at the minute? Don't give him any. Okay, this is a PSA. Don't give starve him. Okay, because he's out here just looking for joy to rob. He's like a little Mr. Robin Hood, except he gives nothing to no one and keeps it all for himself. He thinks he's the poor. That's it. And see here. On that note, y'all. I'm gonna love you guys and leave it there. I'm gonna actually do readings for Janelle, Nagar, and Janet. Those are the three that I was able to star. So I will bring up their readings and we'll get it, that part. But I will see you guys again next week at some point, I think. I'll keep you guys posted on the when. That part.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Thank you guys. I'll catch you guys next week. Lots of love. Mwah, mwah, mwah. God bless. Enjoy the, what are we? Virgo new moon experience. Enjoy those updates, y'all. plant some new seeds as well. That part.